First practice of the week for the Bills a little bit later on today. Stay tuned for the Bills injury report a little bit later on. The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Josh Palmer, maybe the number one name to watch for on the Bills report later on today. Elsewhere around the NFL, Brandon Ayuk not having his practice window opened ahead of Week 11. It's being reported there is a chance Ayuk does not return at all this year for San Francisco. Speaking of that rule, 21-day practice window, the Browns are not opening it for Deshaun Watson, although there are reports that he is getting closer to a return for Cleveland. Joe Burrow says he's targeting Week 13 to return to action, which means he would be ready to go against the Bills next month when they play and host Cincinnati. To hockey, Sabres are in action tonight. 9 o'clock at the Utah Mammoth. We'll have pregame starting at 8 here on WGR. Colton Ellis was the first goalie off the ice at practice yesterday, so that would imply that he's going to be tonight's starting goalie for only the second time this season. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Wednesday, Jerry and Joe with you. It's
What's up?
Miserable outside.
It is.
Wow.
Is this sleet?
No.
No?
It's not even sleet.
What is it? It's like
It's
kind of rain, but it's a little cold.
I think it's rain. Yeah, cold rain. It's also not grapple.
I don't know what that is.
Remember,
Grapple?
Once a year we have to relearn what grapple is.
Graupel?
I believe that's it. Yes.
Grapple. Yeah.
Pat Hammer, call in if he's listening.
Also known as soft hail.
Yes, grapple.
Okay.
It's not hail.
Soft hail is what outside feels like right now.
I don't think it's big enough for that.
No?
Whatever it is, it's terrible.
It's bad.
It is miserable.
Super cooled water droplets freeze onto anything they fall onto.
Yeah. I don't know if that's happening right now. It's rough.
It's something between that.
35 degrees, feels like 28, rain. Ugh.
Yeah, it's bad.
One of those ones where you open up the apps or whatever to check the weather, the radar, and see how long is this going to last? And you open up like, oh, God, all for the rest of our lives.
All day.
It'll never stop raining. Hey, that's a good reason, by the way. Today is the Turkey for Tickets drive. And a lot of good reasons to be a part of this, to donate a turkey and be part of the Turkey for Tickets drive. I'd like to add in for the volunteers that are out there collecting the turkeys.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they're going to be out there in this horrible weather.
Yeah.
And you can be a part of something really good here. So here's how it works. The Sabres are partnering with Tops Friendly Markets and Odyssey for a Thanksgiving turkey drive. That is today to benefit the Buffalo City Mission and Feed More Western New York. It takes place from 7 to 9 this morning, so you have time. Set aside, 10 minutes to go grab a 20-pound turkey, frozen turkey. You can drop that off or the equivalent of 20 pounds, buy 2 10-pounders. The Sabres give you a voucher good for 2 tickets to an upcoming game. They are distributed immediately at the site, so you hand the turkey, they hand you the voucher for the tickets. 1 voucher good for 2 tickets per person, and you can redeem them for select Sabres home games online using the promo code. So all donated turkeys benefit the Buffalo City Mission and Feed More Western New York. So we've also got to tell you where you can do this. There are 3 locations to donate these turkeys. KeyBank Center Surface Lot. You enter from Baltimore Street via Perry. Tops Friendly Markets in Tonawanda on Yonge Street, and Tops Friendly Markets in West Seneca in Orchard Park. So the Tops in Tonawanda, the Tops in West Seneca, and the KeyBank Center Surface Lot. Donate your 20-pound turkey, and we'll be checking in with people throughout the morning. You'll hear it all over our stations here on GR, on BEN, on KISS. We'll talk to Brian Duff at 7:45 ahead of this this turkey drive, which is also a ticket drive. You get the tickets, they get the turkeys, and be a part of something good. So we do this every year in partnership with Tops and the Sabres, and a lot of good is done, a lot of money donated, or a lot of turkeys, I should say, donated to Feed More Western New York and the Buffalo City Mission. So there you go. 3 spots today. It goes from 7 to 9. If you're late and you're in line, they're going to wait for your turkey,
Yeah.
so you got time. But they're going to start collecting at 7 o'clock. So get there, get in line, drop a turkey, get some tickets. All right. There you go. Turkey for tickets.
There's a list of games, too, you can find on the Sabres website of like what games they're redeemable for, and you got some good ones in there.
Nice.
Chicago, who's good this year, by the way. Philly a couple of times. Florida.
Yep.
Like, there's some good opponents in
Some
there.
Fridays in there.
Friday games.
A Sunday game
Yep.
against Carolina. Yeah, so a lot of games that are available to have tickets redeemed. So you can do that. And again, thank you in advance. So anyway, 803-0550. Then the Sabres play in Utah tonight against the Mammoth.
Utah Mammoth.
While you were gone, remember I told you that I thought the Mammoth mascot had a bad name?
Tusky?
Tusky, I think they could have done better.
Yeah.
While you were gone, I decided on the better name.
Yeah?
Brent Tuskberger. Not bad, huh?
It's pretty good, but do they have any tie to Brent Musburger?
No, they don't have to.
It'd be weird for Brent Musburger,
Fine.
wouldn't it?
I came up with another one that's more generic.
It's funny.
You want the other one?
Yeah.
Wolter.
Walter.
Yeah, like a woolly mammoth. Wolter.
Wouldn't it be Walter? Well, yeah,
Instead
right.
of Walter, just
Walter.
Wolter. Woolter.
T-E-R.
Is our mascot Wolter? He's a mammoth.
I like that better.
Okay.
I do like that better than because that's an actual name.
Yes, right.
Tusky is not really a name. It's not even really a dog name.
It might be now.
In Utah, perhaps.
Yeah, a surge of dogs named Tusky in
Yeah.
Utah. Who knows?
Do people name their dogs after mascots?
Does
anyone have a dog named Sabretooth?
That's a great question. Somebody definitely has a dog named Gritty. Definitely.
Yeah, that's probably right.
And somebody definitely has a dog named
Youppi?
Yup. That's exactly who I was going to
Youppi.
next. Youppi. There's definitely going to be dogs out there named Youppi.
What's the Florida Panthers, man?
Stanley C. Panther.
Okay, I don't think there's a
No,
dog named Stanley C. Panther.
There are definitely dogs named Stanley. I don't know
Yeah.
about Stanley C. Panther.
No, probably not that. Stanley C. Dog, maybe.
True. Do you give your dog a last name? Do you like talk about it like it's got a middle and a last name?
Not really.
Okay.
I think he has a certificate from dog school or maybe even the license registry, whatever. And I think his last name is actually my wife's maiden last name on there.
Yeah.
So I think technically he might have
okay.
a different last name.
Good for him.
Yeah. Maybe not.
Other mascot. How many mascot names do we know? We got Youppi and Tusky and Sabretooth. Gritty.
The Philly Fanatic.
Sure. Does the Fanatic have a name, or is it just the Fanatic?
Does it?
Like
Ooh.
Charles. His name is just Charles.
No, he's just the Philly Fanatic,
that's
right?
He's just the Fanatic. The San Diego Chicken. Does the chicken have a name, or is it just the chicken? These are things we could learn.
Yeah. Billy
Buffalo.
Buffalo.
Yeah.
That's a real. Should Sabretooth have like a real name? No, Sabretooth is his name, I guess. It's just not really like a real name.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. Good morning. Big show today. Lots coming up. Sal at 7. Joe Marino at 8. We're going to check in with Tyler Dunn at 9:15.
Mm-hmm.
So plenty of Bills chatter to get to, and Brian Duff coming up at 7:45 as well as we update you on the Turkey for Tickets drive and all that good stuff. So, what, you want the Sabres tonight at 8 o'clock? Is it 8 o'clock?
9 o'clock. 8 o'clock pregame, 9 o'clock puck drop. Late one. Late-ish. We're getting it's 9 Sabres after dark. I mean, it basically is.
Yes. Well, I mean, listen, everything's after dark now.
Everything is after dark now.
We went in. I took my son to the driving range yesterday, and inside the bubble, and we walk in and hit balls and mini golf for an hour. We came outside, and he said, "How'd it get dark so fast?" Like that's.
Yeah. Right.
I felt the same thing. We walked in. It was overcast. You walk out, and it's midnight.
Right.
That's the time of year we're in right now.
Yeah, I mean, quickly on them tonight. They're now 3 points behind everybody. Like they are 3 points behind the next closest team in the East. So they've played fewer games, but I know they're missing so many guys. Ellis is playing in goal tonight. That actually might be a good thing. They can't go on a slide here. They'll lose ground quick. Really quick. It will feel like the season is over very fast if they don't. They don't have to win all these games. Can you get 3 out of a possible 6 on this road trip? Just hang around. My goal for them right now is hang around until the reinforcements return.
Which who knows when that actually is going to be.
Right, like
in
maybe
some of your reinforcements. Darlene's leave is one thing. Zucker hasn't eaten solid food in 9 days.
10 days now, maybe.
10 days, maybe. Yeah, we get the has Zucker eaten
right
tracker.
solid food. Cooley could be months. Benson is the one that you hope is closer.
Yep.
I'm not. I guess you're right. Like Norris is another one. Like I'm not really counting on him.
Yeah, it's
Who am I counting on to return? Maybe that's a good point. Like reinforcements, it might just be. Or I'm counting on Benson to come back and nobody else.
you don't want to say 15 games into a year. Well, it's a cursed season, but man,
it is
what Lindy was describing with the illness to Zucker and the Kulik blood clot and much, much more. Like it's rough. Can I give you one number on the Sabres that again they've played fewer games? 2 fewer games in the Rangers and 1 fewer game in the Panthers. But right now, at this moment, no team has scored fewer goals in the Eastern Conference.
Not great.
Not great. No, not great. Anyway.
Only one team scored fewer goals in the league.
Oh, yeah?
Just Calgary. So that's not
Not great.
Not
now,
fun.
they play tonight, score a couple goals, you won't be in last place. But it's been an issue.
Well,
Anyway.
actually, if they do win tonight, they will still be in last place because they're 3 points
That's
back
true.
of second last.
That's true.
But again, like if you want to ever see second last or a playoff spot, you just don't fall behind here.
Yep.
Because it'll feel bad.
Yep.
Quick.
So that's happening. You got the Sabres tonight. Shout out UB. UB won and beat DePaul. They were 19, 20-point underdogs.
It was 19.5, yeah.
19.5.
They were plus 2,500 to win that game.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I saw, is it John Rothstein pointed out that that's a bye game where it's they would pay UB, hey, come play us.
Yeah, DePaul would have paid them.
DePaul pays them, come play us, and UB goes and smacks them and beats them. And
Easily, too.
Yeah, the Bulls are up to 3-0 on the season. Great start for them.
They were up 18 at the half.
It's a big win.
Yeah.
18 at the half is 19-point dogs.
Right.
It's
insane.
That's a nice performance. So shout out UB. Great performance from them. Have to keep an eye on the Bulls and see how they do this season. All right. 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. It is Jeremy and Joe, not Jerry and Joe. But, hey, that's all right. It's Wednesday. Lots of football to get to. What's your vibe on football? I want to get after the division today.
Okay, because I was thinking a lot about the conference in the last 12. Really, Chopin Bulldog did their reverse AFC power rankings yesterday, and I saw you brought up power rankings yesterday, so I was looking around at different power rankings.
I've seen the Bills fall league-wide to 11th and 12th. And Chopin Bulldog put – here's the funny thing.
Would they put him fifth?
Fifth.
Yeah.
And the first comment underneath it was that everyone on the station should be fired. I saw that and I thought, like, nah.
Right.
You know, it's times are tough right now.
And they had the Chiefs number one, who the Bills beat, but that's kind of the conference right now. I think I saw 5 different teams in different power rankings that would have been the number one AFC team.
Yeah.
In different, the Bills, even in some spots, I still saw number one. New England, I saw number one. Indy still. Kansas City, obviously. Did somebody have the Chargers, I think.
Okay.
Number one. I don't know if I saw Denver, but they're 8-2. Like, the conference right now feels without a top dog. Well, I think it's because the teams you trust aren't up there in the standings. Like, I would say the Chiefs are the team, but they do have 4 losses somehow. But if I'm being consistent from last year,
one score games.
Losses. Yep. If I'm being consistent from last year they had the good record. I didn't think they looked good. Their numbers didn't look good, and we thought like, okay, this team is not as good as the record shows. I think the Chiefs this year are probably the opposite.
Yep.
They did lose to the Bills, but I think they're 5-4. They have a plus 76 point differential. I think they are probably better than their record this year. Almost definitely better than their record this year. So I think the Chiefs would be my team to put up there, even though the Bills did prove they could beat them in the regular season again.
I've got a bigger, not a bigger picture, but I've got a big picture view, and I feel like this is whatever. You want to tell me this is wrong or this is too in my own head. Did you see where Dan Orlovsky and Stephen A. Smith were arguing about Daniel Jones?
I did not.
Okay, so Stephen A. basically gives a very tame take that is, why would I believe in the Colts? I haven't seen Daniel Jones do it before. And Dan Orlovsky kind of goes after him and says, like, I hate when we do that. I hate when it's nothing can happen until I've already seen it happen.
Yeah, right. Which for him, what is it, by the way? He has won a road playoff game.
Right. But to me,
not that I'm trying to defend Daniel Jones because I don't think he's very good. But.
That's the whole state of football fandom. That's the whole state of everything right now.
Yeah.
And it's not without reason. Think of the last 20 years. Who's won in the NFL? Brady and Mahomes.
Yeah.
And anybody else is a poser. Like anybody that hasn't won, it's, I don't know if that guy's going to win. And you can kind of go to that on everybody. If you're thinking about Super Bowl winning quarterbacks that are active, it's Mahomes, Stafford, and Hurts. Is that it?
Yeah, that's
Flacco. Sorry, I got Flacco. I got Flacco. Mahomes, right. Stafford, and Hurts. And for a while, I had maybe like 5 or 6 guys that had won it before. And right now, it just feels like you're not allowed to say that the Chargers will win the AFC because I haven't seen them do that before. Right. Okay. In fact, the only team that has broken through in the AFC that's not Mahomes or Brady since 2018,
Roethlisberger and Manning.
Burrow did it one time.
Burrow did it once.
So you almost kind of live in this world where you've been talked into, or at least the evidence has been there, to not trust anything new at all. Don't trust anything new.
Right.
Oh, cute. Nice story, New England. Yeah, Drake May. Why would I trust them? They haven't done it before. And as soon as they actually do it, this is why all of a sudden, Burrow can be on a team that's 7-8, and people say, don't let them get in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Like, why? This team looks terrible. Well, if they get in, Burrow, he can do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like we are constantly in this mindset of if someone hasn't done it, you don't trust the Seahawks, do you? Why not? Well, I mean, you got Sam Darnold. I mean, why would I think he's done that? Mm-hmm. And then if he wins the Super Bowl this year, then next year you'll be allowed to say, oh, I think the Seahawks are really good. I think they could win the Super Bowl. Right now, that kind of sounds crazy. Why would you say the Seahawks can win the Super Bowl? They're this, what? With a guy they picked up off the street? Shouldn't they have drafted a quarterback instead? Can you believe they gave Sam Darnold $35 million? Right? Like, every conversation about quarterback is it's a guy that's done it before, or a guy you say, I'm not so sure that guy can do it.
Right. It's funny that it is very stark, the difference between the AFC and the NFC on this, because in the NFC, guys kind of just show up and do it all the time, right? Like, or you see them do it for the first time.
Yeah.
I mean,
Purdy
makes it. Hurts the first time when he makes it was a second-round pick like the year before. You could go even further back than that. Garoppolo makes the Super Bowl after being a backup forever. Goff made it. The NFC, it's all Foles. Nick Foles made the Super Bowl. Like in the Matt Ryan, Cam Newton. I mean, really, it's so different.
Right.
The two conferences on this. So I guess that is why the AFC does feel like that, because maybe I'm even doing that subconsciously. You said Sam Darnold, and I thought, I think he could make the Super Bowl this year, but I don't feel that way about Daniel Jones. Now, Darnold is better than Daniel Jones.
Okay. Why? Because he's had 2 good years?
Well, he's played a lot less football.
Okay.
But that would be like I've
Are we sure? He's played a lot of football. He's had a lot of stops. Darnold has 2 good years, and Daniel Jones is working on year number 1 that's good, or maybe this is 2.
Games started so far in their careers. 82 games started for, it's literally the same. All right, that's interesting to me. They've started the exact same amount of games.
Mm-hmm.
But I do feel like Darnold's a better quarterback.
Listen, I'm not disputing.
Right.
If you go by list of AFC champions since 2015, let me go back to 2013. Starting in 2013, this is who has represented the AFC in the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Peyton Manning, Tom Brady. Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Tom Brady, Tom Brady. Mahomes, new guy. Mahomes, Burrow, new guy. Mahomes. I have 2 newcomers in the AFC since 2013. And the newcomers, one of them is Mahomes, who then did it a million times.
Right.
I have, since 2013, I have 1 guy that has made it once.
And meanwhile, in the NFC, Kaepernick, Russell Wilson, Cam Newton, Matt Ryan, Nick Foles, Jared Goff, Jimmy Garoppolo, Tom Brady. Does that count as a new guy? No, right? Then Stafford, then Hurts, then Purdy. 10.
That's nuts.
It is crazy. But is Jones, for that point, just a lot different than the other guys. Like Allen and Lamar especially. If you hear, well, I don't know if they can do it, I haven't seen it yet, you sound like moronic because everybody knows those two are good enough that they could do it someday. Jones, on the other hand, it's, well, I haven't seen him do it because he's probably not good enough to ever do it.
Well, then expand this to Jones, May, expand it to...
Well, because May's new.
Expand it to Justin Herbert.
May is the point maybe I wanted to make about Darnold. May is so fresh and so new. You like, I haven't seen him do it before. Like, well, yeah, he's played 1 year in the league. Jones has played 7. So you want to make that point about him, fine. May, that's why I'd be very open to May is just as good as these guys because we don't know that he isn't yet. And with some of the other guys on their second team, third team, you just have a lot more sample size that says, no, I know this guy isn't as good as a Josh Allen or a Lamar Jackson. And I've been wondering about this a lot lately. Like, how good is Drake May? Because I don't think there's a lot of credit given to him right now that he is as good as Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. That he's great, and he's played a soft schedule, and it's fun, and it's new, and it's early. So don't give him that much. But is it possible he's as good as Allen and Jackson are?
Yeah.
Because I think it is possible.
It is possible.
And that is a scary reality if he is.
Yeah. Yeah, well, like we used to talk about how the AFC is so loaded with Burrow, and then, don't forget about Trevor Lawrence, who's the 7th best quarterback in the AFC or whatever.
Right.
And it's just...
There was that year when Lawrence was young, and Watson was coming into the conference, and Wilson was coming into the conference, and it felt like it was loaded. And since then, it's kind of been separated as there's kind of a big 4, and maybe now there's a big 5.
I'm finishing this project here, and I'm going to put this out as we'll call it a stat of the day we're finding our way to, and I'm not sure if there's any big, huge, overarching point to this, but if you hear something and you want to give a thought on it, a reaction to it, then do it. So, Joe, I think I have to go back to 2006.
Yeah.
Because Brady's first Super Bowl is 2001, right? He makes. If I go back to 2005, there's Roethlisberger's first. 2006 is Manning's first. So since 2006, AFC quarterbacks making their first appearance in a Super Bowl, the list is Flacco, Mahomes, Burrow. Since 2006, 3 quarterbacks, 3 have made their first Super Bowl, and Mahomes made 5 of them, 4 of them. Flacco, Mahomes, Burrow. In the NFC, that is, go to 2006. Let's do it since 2006.
I was already at 10 in 2013.
Okay.
All right, Eli, no. Rodgers, yes. Right?
Yeah.
Breeze, yes. Kurt Warner, no.
No, he'd made it once before, right?
Eli, there's his first. Rex Grossman.
Love it.
And Matt Hasselbeck.
Okay, so what's your number?
So that number is 14.
Since 2006, 3 AFC quarterbacks have made their first Super Bowl, and 14 NFC quarterbacks have made their first Super Bowl. All right. What does it mean? Does it mean the AFC is due?
Is it due, or is it just the AFC, for whatever reason, probably randomness?
Just randomness. Brady
has had the better quarterbacks and still does. Still does, right? No doubt.
Yep.
And they're right. There is no... I don't think there is any reasonable explanation for why that has happened other than total randomness. That Brady... I mean, because if Brady played in the NFC for 20 years, then this would be a stat about the NFC.
All right, 803-0550. We'll talk plenty about the Bills and how they're going to turn it around. Josh Allen, let's make it 4. Get a new quarterback in there. Get somebody else in there. So what to do from here? The Bills are taking their lumps everywhere and try to right the ship against Tampa. Mike, sorry to make you wait. We'll get to your call on the other side. We have plenty to talk about this Bills offense, how to get it righted, and lots more. Sal at 7, Joe Marino at 8, Brian Duff along the way for Turkey for Tickets, and Tyler Dunn at 9:15 on the Brian Daboll idea. He had a lot to say on his podcast with Jim Manos, so wanted to get Tyler on. I was listening, and as I'm listening to it, I said, all right, we got to talk about it. So he comes up at 9:15. It is Jeremy and Joe on a rainy, crummy kind of Wednesday, but you can hang with us and donate some turkeys for tickets as well. 803-0550 on WGR. Can I give you one number on the Sabres that, again, they've played fewer games, 2 fewer games than the Rangers and 1 fewer game than the Panthers, but right now, at this moment, no team has scored fewer goals in the Eastern Conference.
Not great.
Not great. No, not great. Anyway.
Only one team scored fewer goals in the league.
Oh, yeah?
Just Calgary. So that's not
Not great.
Not
now,
fun.
they play tonight, score a couple goals, you won't be in last place, but it's been an issue.
Yeah, I mean, quickly on them tonight. They're now 3 points behind everybody. Like they are 3 points behind the next closest team in the East. So they've played fewer games, but I know they're missing so many guys. Ellis is playing in goal tonight. That actually might be a good thing. They can't go on a slide here. They'll lose ground quick. Really quick. It will feel like the season is over very fast if they don't. They don't have to win all these games. Can you get 3 out of a possible 6 on this road trip? Just hang around. My goal for them right now is hang around until the reinforcements return.
Which who knows when that actually is going to be.
Right, like maybe
some of your reinforcements. Darlene's leave is one thing. Zucker hasn't eaten solid food in 9 days.
10 days now, maybe.
10 days, maybe. Yeah, we get the has Zucker eaten
right
tracker.
Solid food. Cooley could be months. Benson is the one that you hope is closer.
Yeah,
I'm not. I guess you're right. Like Norris is another one. Like I'm not really counting on him.
Yeah, it's
who am I counting on to return? Maybe that's a good point. Like reinforcements, it might just be. Or I'm counting on Benson to come back and nobody else.
You don't want to say 15 games into a year. Well, it's a cursed season, but man,
it is
what Lindy was describing with the illness to Zucker and the Kulik blood clot and much more. Like it's rough.
His Bills back on the practice field today. Be watching for some injuries, including on the likes of Josh Palmer and others. That'll be later on. Eagles corner Jair Alexander stepping away from football. Started the year with Baltimore. He was traded at the deadline, did not play last week, and now is stepping away, considering retirement and trying to get right physically before he makes a decision. Elsewhere around the NFL, Joe Burrow says he's targeting Week 13 for a return that would put him back on the field in time to play against the Bills next month. Travis Hunter having season-ending surgery on a torn LCL. His first year is over in Jacksonville. The Sabres in action tonight at 9 against Utah. Colton Ellis expected to start in goal. We'll have pregame starting at 8 o'clock here on WGR. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
They've lost their window. They've royally messed up their window. They've had the AFC East locked down for 6 years, and they have nothing to show for it. And guess what? You just mentioned it. Here are the Patriots. They're back again. This is not a trap game. I'm sorry. Buffalo, you're not even leading the division, and it's a divisional game. You got your butts whipped against the Miami Dolphins that we had written off dead to right. Fire their general manager. Their coach is basically out the door. And all they did was whip your behind down there in South Beach.
That's Damian Woody on ESPN. Bills and Patriots, the chase for the AFC East. The Patriots a big favorite to win it right now. And we're talking about that among some other things. You know, Jeremy and Joe here. Good morning. Happy Hump Day. Happy Wednesday. Turkey for tickets. Plan accordingly. Your 3 locations to drop off a 20-pound turkey to get 2 tickets to a Sabres game. You get a voucher for 2 tickets to a Sabres game. Your 3 locations are the KeyBank Center Surface Lot, Tops in Tonawanda on Yonge Street, and Tops in West Seneca on Orchard Park Road. Those are your spots. So, without further ado, Go donate turkeys.
Reminder, Damian Woody, by the way, that Devin Achan barely stepping out of bounds is the only thing that cost the Dolphins from beating the Patriots early this year.
Yeah.
They almost did it. I was looking at New England's schedule yesterday, so the Bills are going to be probably 2 games back after tomorrow.
If New England beats the Jets, which they're huge favorites, right. And the Jets are without Garrett Wilson and without Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner. So, their 3 best players are gone.
Let's say the Patriots lose the 2 games that you might say they're supposed to lose. I'm not sure they're supposed to lose to the Bills.
Is that Bills and Ravens?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the Bills, by the way, they have home field in that game, and they have a bye week the week before, which helps. But let's just say the Bills win that game, and then the Ravens beat New England.
Yeah.
They lose those 2 games.
And run the table for the rest of them?
Then the Bills can't win the division, right?
I think the Bills can run the table to win the division.
Okay, so they have to run the table.
If New England loses, yes.
So if they drop 1 along the way, and this is, again, with beating New England.
Yeah.
Let's say you lose 1 the rest of the way. You need a Jets win, a Bengals win, a Giants win, and maybe it's not even Jackson Dart, a Jets or maybe you need Miami at the end of the season. They're going to have to drop 1 that they're not supposed to, where they're going to be a big favorite going into it, or the Bills are going to have to run the table.
I've got New York Times playoff machine up right now on exactly this. The Patriots lose to the Bills and the Ravens and beat bad teams. Everyone else is a bad team. And if the Bills run the table, as I just punch them all in here, I think that is their way, because they have a 5% chance if New England has exactly that fate.
Yeah.
And as I start to click in all Bills wins, here we are. The final game at Highmark Stadium is in this scenario against the Jets, and you are hoping to win to get another home game.
Yep.
But
they did do this 2 years ago, right, where they were 3 games back of Miami, and we were probably playing around with very similar scenarios where it's, hey, you're going to need to run the table. And you might also need Miami to, by the way, Miami did what we're talking about New England doing. Miami lost a game to Will Levis at home where they had a lead in the 4th quarter, a big lead in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, 2 scores.
They gave you that. And the Bills did their business. They won out, right? They won 5 in a row down the stretch. It would have been 7 in a row if they could have closed that game out in Philadelphia. and they're probably going to need a run like that. That's the current situation because I just don't trust more than one of those bad teams to beat New England. The Bills might really need to run the table to win the division.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. I'm still playing with the New York Times playoff machine. They also have a little tab there that's expected outcomes, detailed stuff, and that's kind of a cool little visual they give you. But yeah, all right, here's the final call on that, Joe, as I had to switch over to the Bills win the division tab. Yeah, if the Bills
run the table.
Yeah.
Like, what are their odds right now without putting anything in for New England? Just Bills run the table.
I've got the Bills run the table, and the Patriots only lose those 2 games, and I still have it as that the Patriots win the division.
Right? That's tough.
It's really tough. You need them to lose a game they're not expected to lose, and it might even have to be against Miami or the Jets.
Right. Who of those teams would you trust the most? Of the bad teams they play.
Can I give you a really fun scenario?
Yeah.
On the flip side, if there's a possibility the whole thing plays out exactly like Lions-Vikings last year. Because I just flipped the Patriots going from beating the Bengals to losing to the Bengals, and the Bills just became the 1 seed.
Really?
So we really might be in a spot where it's 1 seed or 5 seed.
Right.
And it's first round bye or at Baltimore. That might be.
That would be. My goodness.
Week 18, you are home against the Jets, and the Patriots are home against the Dolphins.
Right.
And if it's New England, hold serve, you're the 1 seed, lose, and the Bills get it. That is in the cards and all the possibilities.
It really kind of speaks to also how painful that Miami loss is.
It really
Not
is.
just for the feeling of you lost to the Dolphins and the fans that went down there and didn't get a good experience. It's also, it really hurts the standings.
Yeah.
Like, you losing the game to the bad team in that way, your margin for error is already so slim. And to give one, this is kind of what they do every year. This is why they never it's part of the reason. They're never the 1 seed, right? You always look back and say, how did I lose to Urban Meyer? Or how did I lose to the Jets and Zach Wilson? Now it's how did I? Hopefully not. If that plays out and they're tied in record with New England, or they're 1 game back, and it's the Patriots are the 1, you're the 5. You might even have the second best record in the conference,
and be the
but
5.
You're the 5 seed, and you're going to look back on the season and go, wow, which loss should I really blame for that? Which one should I be most mad about?
It's got to be Miami.
I think the Miami loss is the one you're going to be the most mad about.
We'll get some calls in here. Mike in Wheatfield. Hey, Mike, good morning. Thanks for waiting, Mike. Sorry to make you wait.
No worries, guys. Morning. So I want to get your opinion on Nicole Hardman and Gabe Davis. Do you think putting them out there together is going to open up, the vertical threat, take some pressure off Josh, maybe even off of Keon Coleman, open up the running game? Like, is Hardman the poor man's, speedster? Like, what? I mean, he was a huge part of the Chiefs, playoff run, and then he just sat on waivers for not making the Packers. What's going on with him?
I think what you're about to see is Gabe Davis elevated to the active roster, and Mecole Hardman takes the practice squad spot that is vacated by a receiver leaving. So Landon Jackson's going to go to IR, and that opens up a roster spot, right? So Gabe Davis there. Hardman, listen, I think if we're talking about those two, Davis and Hardman gives them, can I say, less of what Elijah Moore and Curtis Samuel do, but a similar style. He's that, but even less. And there's a reason, not to always do this, but look at salaries. Curtis Samuel, $9 million, even though he's not working out that well.
Yep.
Elijah Moore, up to $5 million. Hardman on the street. He is
all year too.
Yeah, all year. He's a speedy gadget guy that fits into some of these offenses as a jet sweep kind of whatever. He scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl. He definitely fits into an offense like this, I think, but not really ever. Is he ever used his vertical speed? Really ever?
Not really.
He's an around the line of scrimmage gadget guy. And of the two, I think you've got a much better shot at Gabe Davis making a difference. I know, but I think you got a much better shot at Gabe Davis making a difference.
I am also feeling like Hardman is more for return game anyway. The Bills are bad in the return game this year, so far this year. Sal had the stats on Twitter. I think they're near the bottom of the league in maybe both kick return and punt return. I feel like that might be why Hardman is here, more than doing anything on offense. He did, I think this would be his last game in the league, or at least his last playoff game. That Super Bowl, I guess it would be 2 years ago, so probably not his last game. But in that Super Bowl against San Francisco, he went 3 for 57 and a touchdown in that game, including the game winner in overtime. But he didn't really do much on offense for Kansas City last year when he was there. So I think he's return game. Davis, though, like, him being a starter even going into the playoffs, I think is totally, maybe the most likely outcome even. I mean, all these clips and Joe Marino's breakdown of it, like, everything I'm hearing about what's happening down the field, what's happening with the receivers, is even when there are criticisms of Allen where, hey, there might have been a guy here and you either didn't throw it the right way or you just chose not to throw it at all, it's, hey, he doesn't trust his receivers. And you're bringing back in a guy
that he trusts,
that he, I think, trusts and has played with significantly, that if he's just, this is kind of when, you know, they were going into a playoff run and they signed John Brown and Cole Beasley back. Why did they do that? Not because those two had been doing anything in the league.
Right, Shakir was on the team, and
Shakir was on the team.
They went to Beasley instead.
But because why? Allen probably just felt like, I just need guys that I trust.
Right.
That's it. I don't even know what they can give me at this stage. I just need to know I can trust guys. And that's where I'm at with Davis, except the difference is Davis is 7 years younger than those two were when they brought them back.
All right.
So maybe there's more possibility for, okay, he could be as good as he used to be.
Right,
Beasley and Brown came back. You knew they're not going to be as good as they used to be. Davis was not great, but
no, he's very serviceable to good, useful. All right,
he's better than Coleman's been.
That's absolutely right.
So if he can give me what he used to be,
I've got an upgrade.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, Davis, I didn't ever really hate Gabe Davis as a receiver. I think he ends up being a home run draft pick for them. That is awesome. And was just kind of always, well, not always, but the last 2 years was elevated a little too much above a role he didn't really deserve. And then he went to Jacksonville, and it didn't work out. He was
playing through injury in Jacksonville.
He is also hurt all the time. He's always kind of battling something, which I don't know. Some people out there like to get on people like that, like he's unreliable because he's hurt all the time. I don't think it's always a player's fault, but Davis is often nursing something. He came back to practice, the knee swole up, and he had to go sit again. Quickly, Rick in Cleveland. Hey, Rick, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. One thing I don't understand is the pace the Bills run their offense at. And it's been about 2 years, probably since Brady's taken over. Whether they run or pass doesn't matter as much to me, but just they kill the play clock every single play, and it just drains the game. It drains the amount of possessions they get. And I feel like they're so much more efficient when they play quicker, and they did some of this against Kansas City. But this Miami game, I mean, they're down 3 scores. They come out in the second half and run a 14-play, 10-minute drive, just bleeding the clock like they're up 3 scores. When are they going to start running this offense with more pace, like some urgency? Because I feel like Josh Allen just plays better. The whole offense just flows better when they play quicker.
Thanks, Rick.
I don't know if that's
it makes sense.
Allen, Brady, or McDermott making that call, but it's just interesting to me.
I think it comes down to thanks, Rick. I think it comes down to that might start to happen either in a desperation time, like Baltimore, when it's if this doesn't work now, the game's over anyway, or B, once they feel better about their passing game. Like the drive against Miami at the beginning of the second half.
Just bringing that up.
That is just hey, sure, let's just get on schedule and get something good in the books. I know it took like 10 minutes, and that's, at the far end of it. But this is also the first drive against Atlanta in the second half, right? All right, listen, we're reeling. Let's do what we do down the field, score a touchdown. We're back in it. And in Miami, they didn't score the touchdown, of course, but in Atlanta, they did. And are there problems with that? Yes. But I do think that it was the right thing to do to a degree. You'd like to see a little more urgency, but I think it's just a matter of this game is not totally over yet. If we get back to what we do, we should get on the board. There is a problem, of course. The fact that their defense can't stop the run. And pretty consistently, they're getting absolutely dominated in the run game. So any idea of grinding out a low possession game and a low event game is going to really be hit by, all right, we're slowly working our way back in, and then here comes an H-hand punch to the face. Like, all right, well, now the game's over because, you've kind of slow played your way out of it. If you can't get stops, you don't have the time to get it back. So I think game script is a part of it, and
yeah.
I don't think you're wrong at all for noting their slow tempo. I just think that sometimes they feel like they have to do that because that's their bread and butter, and that's the thing they can do the best.
Yeah. It was, I heard Mina Kimes yesterday on her podcast. Her and Dominique Foxworth were breaking down like where the Bills are at. And Mina, because they were looking back on the Chief game too, basically said like this team's not hard to figure out right now. If you can stop the run and you can run it, you're a perfect matchup for the Buffalo Bills.
And
right
the
now.
Chiefs don't do either one of those things.
That's exactly what she says. Like
Yeah.
they're actually still a good matchup for Kansas City. Like if they meet in the playoffs, I mean, like she even gave the voice like they have lost a bunch of times in a row, but they could beat the Chiefs in the playoffs because they still do match up pretty well with them. But a lot of teams, maybe the Colts, I don't think she mentioned them specifically, but the Colts came to mind for this when I was listening.
How about the Patriots right now? The
Patriots can't really run it great.
Well, maybe they can now that they've got the better running back in there.
Did you see what happened last week, though? He had like all of his rushes. I mean, the Bills do give big runs. He had all of his yards on 2 carries.
All right.
But he is good.
But the Patriots haven't given up a 50-yard rusher this year.
50 yard?
50.
No, that can't be right.
Check it.
50?
50.
I'm going to look. That seems
They haven't given up a
unbelievable.
50-yard rusher this year.
Come on. What did Cook have against them? He didn't have
Not
50?
50.
All right. Well, those big physical teams, the run teams, if that's their problem, then everyone but Kansas City you might see come playoff time is kind of built that way.
James Cook against the Patriots, 15 for 49.
So maybe that's the high that would literally be the high rusher.
Individual back, nobody has gotten loose against New England. 803-0550, our phone number. Talking about the division, talking about, this Bills team and, where they go from here, and talking about it with you. Sal comes up top of the hour as well. Donate turkeys for tickets. We'll tell you more of the details when we get back. You go grab the turkey right now. Jump in the store, get a 20-pound turkey. When you get back in the car, I'll tell you where to bring it. That's coming up.
Because I was thinking a lot about the conference in the last 12. Really, Shope and Bulldog did their reverse AFC power rankings yesterday, and I saw you brought up power rankings yesterday, so I was looking around at different power rankings.
I've seen the Bills fall league-wide to 11th and 12th, and Shope and Bulldog put – here's the funny thing.
Would they put them 5th?
5th.
Yeah.
And the first comment underneath it was that everyone on the station should be fired. I saw that and I thought, like, yeah,
right.
It's times are tough right now.
And they had the Chiefs number 1, who the Bills beat, but that's kind of the conference right now. I think I saw 5 different teams in different power rankings that would have been the number 1 AFC team.
Yeah.
The Bills, even in some spots, I still saw number 1. New England, I saw number 1. Indy still. Kansas City, obviously. Did somebody have the Chargers, I think.
Okay.
Number 1. I don't know if I saw Denver, but they're 8-2. Like, the conference right now feels without a top dog.
Well,
and I think it's because the teams you trust aren't up there in the standings. Like, I would say the Chiefs are the team, but they do have 4 losses somehow. But if I'm being consistent from last year,
one score games.
Losses.
Yep.
If I'm being consistent from last year they had the good record. I didn't think they looked good. Their numbers didn't look good, and we thought like, okay, this team is not as good as the record shows. I think the Chiefs this year are probably the opposite.
Yep.
They did lose to the Bills, but I think they're 5-4. They have a plus 76 point differential. I think they are probably better than their record this year. Almost definitely better than their record this year. So I think the Chiefs would be my team to put up there, even though the Bills did prove they could beat them in the regular season again.
I want to put this out as we'll call it a stat of the day we're finding our way to, and I'm not sure if there's any big, huge, overarching point to this, but if you hear something and you want to give a thought on it, a reaction to it, then do it. So, Joe, I think I have to go back to 2006.
Yeah.
Because Brady's first Super Bowl is 2001, right? He makes. If I go back to 2005, there's Roethlisberger's first. 2006 is Manning's first. So since 2006, AFC quarterbacks making their first appearance in a Super Bowl, the list is Flacco, Mahomes, Burrow. Since 2006, three quarterbacks, have made their first Super Bowl, and Mahomes made 5 of them, 4 of them. Flacco, Mahomes, Burrow. In the NFC, that is, go to 2006. Let's do it since
I was
2006.
already at 10 in 2013.
Okay.
All right, Eli, no. Rodgers, yes. Right?
Yeah.
Breeze, yes. Kurt Warner, no.
No, he'd made it once before, right?
Eli, there's his first. Rex Grossman.
Love it.
And Matt Hasselbeck.
Okay, so what's your number?
So that number is 14.
Since 2006, 3 AFC quarterbacks have made their first Super Bowl, and 14 NFC quarterbacks have made their first Super Bowl. All right. What does it mean? Does it mean the AFC is due?
Is it due, or is it just the AFC, for whatever reason, probably randomness?
Just randomness. Brady
has had the better quarterbacks and still does. Still does, right? No doubt.
Yep.
And they're right. There is no... I don't think there is any reasonable explanation for why that has happened other than total randomness. That Brady... I mean, because if Brady played in the NFC for 20 years, then this would be a stat about the NFC.
I honestly see Joe Brady leaving, being a head coach somewhere, and Dave can slide back into Buffalo. Best case scenario. I think Buddy has changed. Time heals all wounds, and I think McDermott's in a different place, and I think Daboll's in a different place.
That's John Feliciano, former Bill John Feliciano, predicting the Daboll inevitable return. Mm-hmm. I would agree. I don't think this year, but as soon as the offseason hits, whenever it hits, however it hits, I think it is the likeliest of outcomes. But who knows? 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-552-550. Sal coming up at the top of the hour. Meanwhile, turkey for tickets today. You can pick up a 20-pound turkey, and starting at 7 o'clock, or, if you're lying now, I'm sure they're taking them. KeyBank Center surface lot, Tops in Tonawanda on Young Street, Tops in West Seneca on Orchard Park Road. Drop off a 20-pound frozen turkey, or the equivalent of 20 pounds, and you will get a voucher for tickets to see the Buffalo Sabres. You go to a Buffalo Sabres game. And that's that. That's all you got to do. Hand the turkey out the window. They hand you the voucher. You pick a game to go to. That's that. How about it? Turkey for tickets. Benefits the Buffalo City Mission and Feed More Western New York. 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550 to get a question in with Sal. We'll get his read of how things are down there, what the Bills can do. We'll, of course, see them back at practice. We're going to want to see that Josh Palmer is practicing in full. That would be good news for them. Gabe Davis to the active roster. Is that something that could happen today? Because of the movement they had in their practice squad with Mecole Hardman. So we'll get Sal's thoughts on that. We'll get your calls in as well. If you have a question for us, for Sal, a point to bring up, we'll, of course, mix you in. So jump on board. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Can I give you one number on the Sabres that, again, they've played fewer games, 2 fewer games than the Rangers and 1 fewer game than the Panthers, but right now, at this moment, no team has scored fewer goals in the Eastern Conference.
Not great.
Not great. No, not great. Anyway.
Only one team scored fewer goals in the league.
Oh, yeah?
Just Calgary. So that's not
Not great.
Not
now,
fun.
they play tonight, score a couple goals, you won't be in last place, but it's been an issue.
Yeah, I mean, quickly on them tonight. They're now 3 points behind everybody. Like they are 3 points behind the next closest team in the East. So they've played fewer games, but I know they're missing so many guys. Ellis is playing in goal tonight. That actually might be a good thing. They can't go on a slide here. They'll lose ground quick. Really quick. It will feel like the season is over very fast if they don't. They don't have to win all these games. Can you get 3 out of a possible 6 on this road trip? Just hang around. My goal for them right now is hang around until the reinforcements return.
Which who knows when that actually is going to be.
Right, like maybe
some of your reinforcements. Darlene's leave is one thing. Zucker hasn't eaten solid food in 9 days.
10 days now, maybe.
10 days, maybe. Yeah, we get the has Zucker eaten
right
tracker.
Solid food. Cooley could be months. Benson is the one that you hope is closer.
Yeah,
I'm not. I guess you're right. Like Norris is another one. Like I'm not really counting on him.
Yeah, it's
who am I counting on to return? Maybe that's a good point. Like reinforcements, it might just be. Or I'm counting on Benson to come back and nobody else.
You don't want to say 15 games into a year. Well, it's a cursed season, but man,
it is
what Lindy was describing with the illness to Zucker and the Kulik blood clot and much more. Like it's rough.
Bills back at practice later today. Josh Palmer, maybe the name to watch on the injury report. See if he begins the week practicing. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. That'll be a little later on today. Elsewhere around the NFL, Jair Alexander, cornerback of now the Philadelphia Eagles, is stepping away from football. Focus on getting right physically and mentally, and also reportedly is considering retirement. He did not play for the Eagles yet. He was traded at the deadline from Baltimore. J.K. Dobbins reportedly is a consideration for injured reserve in Denver. He's been their starting running back all year. Could miss the next 4 weeks. Travis Hunter done for the season in Jacksonville, having season-ending surgery on a torn LCL in his knee. Sabres in action tonight, 9 o'clock puck drop against Utah. We'll have pregame starting at 8. Colton Ellis is expected to start in goal for Buffalo tonight. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hey, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for tuning in wherever you might be, watching on the stream, whatever. Bringing in Sal Capaccio here. Want to let you know it is the Turkey for Tickets drive, courtesy of, in partnership with the Buffalo Sabres and Odyssey and Tops. And you can donate a 20-pound turkey, or the equivalent of a 20-pound turkey, and get a voucher for a pair of tickets to the Sabres. Pick a game, bunch of games that are eligible. What you do, grab that 20-pound turkey, bring it to KeyBank Center's Surface Lot, Tops in West Seneca on Orchard Park Road, or Tops in Tonawanda on Young Street. Those are the 3 spots. They'll have people out there collecting the turkeys in this weather, which is kind of rough. So, thanks to the volunteers out there doing that, to all the people donating as well. It goes to the Buffalo City Mission and Feed More of Western New York. So raising food, collecting turkeys, and you get and you get tickets for the turkeys. Today's the annual drive, so help us be a part of it, and thank you in advance. Sal Capaccio joins us on the Western Hotline. Sal, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning, guys. I'm well. Thanks.
Have you been? How have you been taking the? It feels like I've used this phrase before. Avalanche that's coming at the Bills right now in their offense. Like every take, every national show, everybody who's anybody is coming after the Bills, and I don't know if saying they're dead or writing them off, but kind of noting just how right now really feels like it is the revelation of a big problem they have on offense. And the obvious question, Sal, is what can they do from here, right? We could talk about problems all we want, but solutions are what the Bills have to be in the business of right now.
Yeah, I'm glad that you said that at the end. Right? That's really what it comes down to. It's the same thing. That's what I've been saying for like you're past the trade deadline. You can look at all the numbers you want. You can look at the personnel all you want, the coaching, the scheme, anything. There's no what's the famous line for Rick Pitino when he's coaching the Celtics, right? Robert Parrish ain't walking through that door. Kevin McHale ain't walking through that door, right? I mean, you're not fixing this by making a deal to bring in some elite level player that's going to help your roster that's on some other team right now. That can't happen. The trade deadline is over. So what you need to do is either search around to see maybe if there's a fit who's a free agent right now, like they signed Mecole Hardman. Now, whatever that turns into, they're obviously looking at Mecole Hardman to fit into the practice squad now and maybe join the 53. You could look at Gabe Davis. At some point, Gabe Davis is going to play here. There are going to be types of options like that. Now, Gabe Davis also, that's internal as well. And that's the other thing you have to do. You have to look internally. What can you do with the players on your roster? How can you help them? How can you scheme for them? What can they do to make sure they get better? That's exactly how you have to approach it now if you're the Buffalo Bills, which is you're not going out and getting these big-time, players and trading for them. So the solution, as you say, Jeremy, has to be here somewhere. So what do we have to do to try and help our guys? And what can we do to maybe look around to see if there's anybody else around that's available that can help us?
And what do we know about Davis's status right now, Sal? McDermott was asked about him maybe a little bit earlier in the week.
Yeah, so basically I asked him, I said, hey, you felt he was getting closer than he had to lay off him a little bit. And he said, well, that's the thing, managing his health right now, meaning like the knee and all that. He practices, and then you want to make sure that he gets through the practices. And I think Joe basically what he's saying is you don't want to rush him out there and then suddenly you're like, well, he can't play the next week. You put him out there one week and then he can't the next week, and now you're in a situation where what are you doing with the roster? You kind of want to make sure that when he's ready to play, he's ready to play, and you don't have any setbacks, you can go forward. But he's going to play at some point. I don't know exactly when. It could be this week. I mean, the fact that they signed Hardman to the practice squad yesterday, tells me that maybe, and they released Christian Wilkerson, by the way, maybe that means that they're ready to elevate Gabe. Now, they do have the same numbers, obviously, with that move. But at some point, yes, and the bottom line for him is keeping him healthy. That's basically what Sean McDermott said.
And what do you think if he gets back healthy, would mean for Coleman, Sal? I mean, I thought it was kind of stark when McDermott was asked about effort with Coleman earlier in the week, and he did give some credibility to, like, well, sometimes it's there and sometimes it could be better. And he continues to lead this team in snaps at that position. Do you think that they maybe want to not dial that back, or have at times thought he shouldn't be the guy that's out there the most, but we don't really feel comfortable with anybody else playing that same role to the same level, and here comes Davis, who used to play that role?
I do think that could be the case. And it is interesting, right? That you have this interesting, like, the way he acknowledged that and talked about him, but then you look at the snap counts. For the season, guys, do you want to guess, like, where Coleman is compared to other receivers on the team, like, percentage-wise?
He's number one
overall for the season.
Isn't he the number one snapped receiver?
It would be.
He is.
Like, how much more does he play than Shakir?
Right.
Is it like?
Right.
Is it 15% more?
Good guess. 71% for Keon, 60 for Khalil Shakir.
Yeah.
The next guy. Now, granted, lots of injuries play into this. Tyrell Shavers at 32%. Your three top wide receivers for the Buffalo Bills on the field right now for the season. Now, again, Joshua Palmer, Curtis Samuel, there has been injuries here that have impacted this. Keon Coleman at 71%, Khalil Shakir at 60%, Tyrell Shavers at 32%. We talked when Gabe was signed. I remember the conversation, and we all said, well, look, it can't really just be a 1-for-1 for Tyrell Shavers, because he's not going to be necessarily running down and playing all these special teams, right? That's not probably what his role is going to be. So where does he fit in? It might have to be for Keon Coleman. And now we advance the story on, and we're here where Sean McDermott is answering that question the way he did. And I just think it's a logical connection to make, right, Joe? Which is, when Gabe Davis is ready to play, are you dialing back Keon Coleman, and in what capacity? But what I find interesting is Sean McDermott's the head coach. If he wanted to do that with Keon Coleman now, he could. But what you said is maybe they just can't. Maybe they don't really have an option to be able to do that right now. Maybe he's looking for that option to be able to do that, to send a message, or however you want to phrase it for Keon. But to me, there's going to be some sort of direct connection there.
And Palmer, Sal, like, the last couple of weeks, like, I guess how likely would you feel like going into this week that he's going to be ready to play against Tampa, or if even not that he's getting really close, if it's not going to be this week?
We'll see today what Sean McDermott says, what he does, but I would say that this is now 2 weeks since he actually started practicing. He did practice, I think it was Thursday 2 weeks ago, if I remember correctly. It might have been Wednesday. But he did practice, and then he didn't play. And then last week he practiced pretty much all week, and we thought, okay, maybe that's when he comes back. He still didn't play last week, and I would tell you, though, but last week the difference was at the game in Miami, he was down on the field doing a workout with trainers before the game. Same with Taron Johnson. Like, that tells me he's getting closer. Like, he's out there doing things before the game, pregame, talking with trainers. How do you feel? I have no idea if he was close to playing last week or not, based on that, but it feels to me like that would mean that he was, and a lot probably something this week to monitor that he would be back on the field possibly.
The names all together on the injury report we're like looking for today to see the updates. Is it Epinesa, Benford, Palmer, and Taron Johnson?
Yes, that would be it. And we know that Landon Jackson is not going to be practicing, and he's placed on IR now, guys, which is unfortunate for him. Obviously, he has a knee injury. I'm just looking through what Sean told us the other day. And then, Kincaid is week to week, so I would not anticipate him, practicing today or playing on Sunday. The other one is TJ Sanders. He's practicing this week. They're going to they opened his window, so we'll see. They have to, because even though he's on IR, once you go designated to return, he'll be on the injury report because they have to kind of list what he's doing.
With Jackson on IR, Sal, like, would you expect that? Do they have an open roster spot at this very moment? Like that, a defensive end is got to get either called up here or signed because what do they have? Is it only 3 guys healthy right now?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, Joe, and then I want to also throw in. They do have an open roster spot because of what they did yesterday, because of the moves they made yesterday, because they brought in Hardman. Wilkerson was off. They put Landon Jackson on IR. That's the one active spot. But
could it be?
You could basically just say T.J. Sanders could take that spot at the end of the week, but who knows?
Right.
So Rousseau, Bosa. No, Epinesa, not necessarily. You could roll with 4. If Epinesa is going to play, Rousseau, Bosa, Epinesa, and Solomon would be your 4 defensive ends. You could do it that way.
Yeah.
Right? But and then at some point maybe T.J. Sanders gets activated. It doesn't have to be this week, and then we'll see if they roll with 52 or 53 this week, depending on that as well.
Morgan Fox also. The Bills worked out Morgan Fox, a defensive lineman, defensive end who's been in the league and played a lot of games. He could be practice squad. He could be elevated. I did not see they signed him. They just worked him out. So a name to consider.
Yeah, and then they also
Kingsley Jonathan.
released Kingsley Jonathan, yes,
Yep.
from the practice squad.
Right.
So that was something they did as well.
Question for you on Palmer, and then we'll get some calls in here. Sal, if Josh Palmer comes back, I wonder if there will feel like, and with Kincaid out, this might just have naturally happened anyway, but with what's happened since Palmer left, if the offense will tweak and say, like, all right, we have to show teams that Josh Palmer is a weapon, is something to be worried about. Because one of the things, the bigger problems about the passing offense is teams feel like they don't have to respect anybody, right? And nobody has to be respected deep. Palmer, of course, we saw get by Atlanta a little bit. And I wonder if once he's ready to go back in, if there wouldn't be a little bit of a lean towards, we've got to start showing some stuff here just to get different looks defensively when we're passing the ball.
Yeah, I agree. By the way, I just want to go back to real quick to Morgan Fox, just so people know. He did have 6.5 sacks a few years ago, and then 5.5 after that. Like, he could be a pass rushing, like, I'm not saying he's Michael Hoyt. He would play that role, though.
Right.
You know what I mean? I want people to know, like, yeah, so I'm glad you brought him up, Jeremy, because we don't know. Like, they could wind up signing him. He would play that role. And because Landon Jackson's out, maybe you use Javon Solomon more as the true pass rush as a true defensive end, and then you bring him in. So I'm glad you brought him up. I just wanted to say how they're trying to piece that together. That could be somebody that would sign. As far as Palmer is concerned, yeah, I mean, once Palmer comes back, I do think it could look differently. What's really hurting the Bills is you're going to lose Dalton Kincaid here. Dalton Kincaid is such a big part of what they want to do, and there's no there's no fix for that because Dawson Knox can't be Dalton Kincaid, and Jackson Hawes can't be Dalton Kincaid. They can still lean into those guys running the ball. That's for sure. They can do that. But Joshua Palmer and Dalton Kincaid being out has been an issue. One of them being out has still been a problem, but it gets a little bit better. But Joshua Palmer coming back can at least help you maybe move some parts around on the offensive side. And we know that that's what Joshua Palmer does. He's a guy that can help you. He can separate better than the other guys in a lot of ways. He's a guy that can get down the field once in a while. We saw what he could do in the Atlanta game before he got hurt. So we'll see if he winds up playing this week and what that means for the receiver core. I know a lot of people have been clamoring for Samuel or Moore to play that role. For some reason, it just hasn't materialized for either one of them to be able to be that guy that they rely on to get down the field and throw the ball to him in that intermediate to deep area.
Sal Capaccio, let's get some calls in. John in Detroit. John, good morning. You're on with Sal Capaccio.
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks, Sal, for all engaging with the fans. I really appreciate that. I guess my overall question, I think what's bothering me and a lot of fans is what was the purpose and thought process behind this massive philosophical shift on offense to this offense that used to spread the ball over the field? Allen, I think from 2019 to 23 was second in pass attempts. They were passing the ball at every level of the field. And they went to this ball control offense. Now, the national narrative was the turnover narrative.
Yep.
Okay, and I ran some numbers, and in Allen's first 6 years starting with all of this passing, second in pass attempts, second in passing yards, he was identical in interceptions to Tom Brady. He had 6 more total turnovers than Tom Brady. And the biggest problem I have with that narrative, that national narrative, is one, it might have been a possible reason why this philosophical shift happened, but that's not why the Bills were losing games.
Right.
They were losing games. They were blowing leads in the regular season. The Patriots game in 23, the Eagles game in 23, the playoffs, collapses on defense. They weren't blowing games because Allen was shredding secondaries or because of turnovers. And so it just bothers me so much, Sal. And I know, it's not your fault that they took the John Elway of this era and turned him into Trent Edwards. I don't understand it. The archetype of the receivers completely changed. Excuse me. And I'll hang up and listen. It's just something that really bothers me. I went to the Bills-Chiefs game with my family. They won the game. And people in the stands were like, what is up with all these tunnel screens? Where are the throws down the field? So it's really weird. It's just weird to me.
Thanks, John.
Well, that's a good question, right? I mean, I think part of it is, I think one of the overarching philosophical changes or ways of thinking, it doesn't have to be a change, but I think that very understriking has been they want to keep Josh Allen as healthy as possible for the entire season to have him healthy in the playoffs. And I'm not telling you sitting here that we know that he's started and played a lot of games, and even playing back then, he did have some injuries, but, it was not like, missing games, thankfully. But I think that's one of the big things that's happened here. I said this the other day with Chopin Bulldog. If everybody listens, if you just listen to things that McDermott says and Bean says, you just file them away and you think about things that they say, little clues here and there. One thing that's always popped up for the last 2 years is them always talking about keeping Josh healthy. And he said it the other day, Sean McDermott did. Mm-hmm. About Josh is our leader and he said he had to keep him healthy. Like he said that. And I'm telling you, they have made a conscious effort to make sure they play the long game to have the best quarterback in the league, one of the best quarterbacks in the league MVP, whatever you want to call him, elite. Yes, we all know that. To make sure that when they get to the playoffs, that guy is the guy behind center throwing it. I'm not here to tell you anybody that, oh my God, that's the right approach. And you could, yes, you can probably still do that in another way. But I do think that's a big reason why this has happened.
So to that point, Sal, I agree. I think, and that goal, I think there are reasons to have that goal. The problem, maybe the bigger problem, is what they've got now is a Josh Allen that is getting smacked around an awful lot.
Because, and partly because we think the receivers can't get open early enough for him to get rid of the ball, so that's happening. And there have been some O-line issues and blitzing and things like
blitz
that.
Pickups,
the way teams are playing the Bills because of it.
Answers against the blitz, without even saying it has to be one thing, that has to be something that if you're McDermott, you go back and watch the film, if you're Brandon Beane, watch the film, and you see, man, my guy is just at the Atlanta game, right? The number of shots that he's taken, we gotta make sure that this is not happening. I don't want this to happen every week because sure, he's not dropping back enough. Maybe he's not jumping over linebackers enough. But
if he's holding the ball longer,
all of a sudden he is circling in the pocket, taking way more sacks than last year. That is got to be a problem.
Yeah, and the other part of it for me is, and again, listen to what people tell you and what they say. And this part of it, I do agree with philosophically in football, just at its root core. You can control the game when you dominate up front and have a great running game. You can. It gives you less margin for error, though. That's the issue, right? Yep. When you can run the ball the way the Bills run the ball, and we've seen this happen. It doesn't happen every week. It doesn't mean it's foolproof, no doubt. But when you can run the ball the way the Bills have, and they've built this offensive line and this run game and have this great running back like they have, you can control the game way more than when you have to rely on playing the way the Cincinnati Bengals do, for example, right? And having, oh my God, we have to throw the ball over the place, and who knows, and they're going to come down and score on us, and we give them the ball back. Again, not an excuse, just reasons. I'm just telling you, the philosophical, and I agree with that philosophy in football in general, but I also will tell you it leaves you less margin for error in games. And I'll give you the greatest example is the last 2 weeks, guys.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 2 weeks ago, the Bills just controlled the game against the Chiefs. At any point in the game, nobody thought, oh my God, the Chiefs are pulling away. The Bills came out early. They established the run. They used play action. They controlled the game from the start. And they were never not in control of that game. And then they took it home because of that. What happened last week? Because they couldn't do that. What we just talked about, and I said, and control the game on the ground and do the things they normally do and get first downs, suddenly you're playing a high variance game, and bam, here come the Miami Dolphins on 1 or 2 plays. Now you have to start, okay. And I agree, like, you should be able to have Josh Allen just sit back there and throw, BBs and darts across the field. I get it, and that hasn't happened. But they didn't control the game. The exact example would be the last 2 weeks and the contrast in which these games were played.
Do you think that could simply just be boiled down to, Sal, that the Bills right now are just a team where they have to have the lead? Like, if they get
Joe,
ahead and they control a game. Because really, since Baltimore's maybe the anomaly here, because that was a game where they came back, that since then, whenever they do get down, that's when a lot of their biggest problems start to get highlighted.
Yes, I think that this team, the way they're constructed and the way their philosophies are controlling the game, I think you have to have a lead to really be able to do that and lean into it. Now, Joe Brady said a few weeks ago, well, we've shown we can throw the ball when we need to throw it. Look what happened in the Baltimore game. And that's not wrong. They did that, no doubt about it. But I think in general, over the long haul, it is tough for this team to play that type of football and play from behind and have that ability because of how they have structured themselves and say, we're going to control the game. And guess what? When they get the lead, it's going to be really tough on the other team to really have to kind of come back and play with you because you're good. You're just going to lean on your run game. You're going to make sure that the Bills going into the Dolphins game were number 1 in the league in time of possession, I believe. And then the Dolphins just completely dominated the first half, and then the Bills, it got better in the second half, by the way. But that was a real big example right there. Yes, Joe, I think to answer your question, getting the lead is a really big deal for this team and the way they want to play football, I think.
Sal, the Brian Daboll story came up at the press conference on Monday. Sean McDermott asked about it because he had been fired like maybe 20 minutes before. I wouldn't expect it to happen soon, but what do you make of that idea? Just conceptually, the idea, I know that it might lead to politics and Joe Brady being undermined or feeling unsafe, but just in general, when that idea gets brought up to you, what's your feeling on it?
My feeling is generally that it's just a lot of times way more of a, I'm not going to say negative. There's just a lot to deal with there when things like that happen. You bring someone in like that with that name, what he means to this organization and this fan base and to this quarterback, I think you're asking for a lot more distraction and storyline than you want to deal with, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I love Brian Daboll. I think he's great. And Josh Allen loves him.
Well,
that's not that's not the issue, right? But I mean, like, I don't know, Jeremy, like you could respect this point when I say, like, when Adrian Autry took over for Jim Boeheim and Jim Boeheim's still sitting behind him 2 rows in the stands when he's coaching a game, that is not good.
Right. Yeah, I think there's 2 different ways to answer it. There's right now, I think that's all correct. How about as a, remove this year from it? How about the likelihood of a reunion?
Likelihood, I don't think so. I think that it feels like Sean McDermott and Brian Daboll aren't on the same page necessarily. We've documented that. We've talked about that. Whatever that. And I'm not saying they hate each other. I don't know all that, but it just feels like they're not guys. But although maybe they feel like they're better together than without each other, right? Yeah. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Maybe that could be the case. So I don't know. I don't want to get into that because I'm not sure of the exact dynamic of that relationship. But here's what I want to say to anybody who keeps saying, and I got how many texts did we all get or tweets we all get? Oh, my God, just go hire Brian Daboll right now. The one thing that people don't think about is...
Your podcast partner, Matt Bove, said it right away.
Okay, that's great. And I'm going to say this to Matt and anybody else.
I know.
Why does nobody consider what Brian Daboll might want?
Well,
you can't just go to Brian Daboll and go, oh, we're going to hire you. Oh, great. Brian Daboll is under contract to the Giants still and getting paid, by the way. He is a head... Yeah. My guess is... Knowing Brian Daboll the way I know him, like, sure, maybe he would want to. I'm going to go back and work with Josh. He also might just want to sit back and go, you know what? I just got fired. I want to survey the land. I want to see what my next move might be. You know, I got a family here to think about and where we're going to live and what's going to happen in my future. And I'm a football coach. It's not that easy to just say, come on home and come to Buffalo and join the staff and, and be a sidekick to Joe Brady. And you can't just do that. Like, the guy, I don't know Brian Daboll would ever want to do that.
Right. It depends because you get both. Some guys you go away on a beach for 6 months and then, like, Robert Saleh last year signed up to work back in San Francisco.
Yeah.
So sometimes, like, as a consultant.
And now what is he? He's their defensive coordinator.
Yeah. Right. Oh yeah, that's right. And that is a great example that people brought up. And I think Vic Fangio might have done that, right?
Yep. When he went to Philly a couple years ago.
Yep. And that's exactly right. And maybe that works for some guys, right? Maybe it's like, hey, I want to get right back in the game and I can't be out of it, and that's cool. And they have to have that dynamic and relationship with the organization and coach and all of that. It just feels to me like I could be totally wrong. Brian doesn't strike me as a player, as a person just going to be itching to go do that right away. And he might want to be like, hey, I want to see what's going on here. You have to consider the other side. To me, it's not unlike trading. Why didn't Brandon Beam make this deal? Well, can you tell me if that deal was available to him, right? I don't know. You don't know what the other side is thinking. And that's the point. It's not as simple as just calling him up and saying, we want you on staff. Okay, no. Great. I've been waiting for this.
Don't we feel like anyone that's bringing up the Daboll idea right now anyway? I think the point I always hear attached to it, Sal, I don't know if I've heard you on like the calls on like, oh, Allen looks sad on the sidelines when they show him on TV. I think maybe the people that want Daboll now are the people that
just want to save Josh.
They just want a guy that can light a fire under him on the sidelines because Daboll used to do that early in his career. Diggs used to do that too, and obviously I don't really, at least on TV, they're not really showing anybody that's kind of like getting into him and lighting him up on the sidelines.
I don't blame anybody for wanting Brian Daboll, and for that reason. I just don't. Like, I get it. I totally get it. And he's a fantastic coach, and Josh was amazing with him. Yeah, that's right. I don't blame anybody for that. I just think there's so many dynamics that people don't think about that come along with things like that it's not as simple as a lot of people want to make it out to be.
Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Sal Capaccio. He'll be covering practice today. Sal joining us on the Western Hotline. 803-0550. Here's what you do. You just wait till the offseason. You bring that contract to the Queen of Heaven Carnival. Yeah. You're like, yo, what do you think? Right?
Love it. He'll be there.
Yes.
He's always there.
803-0550, our phone number. 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Give us a ring on anything Bills. Sabres in Utah tonight for a 9 o'clock face-off with the Mammoth.
Did you see, by the way, who the Giants want as their next head coach?
Belichick?
Nope. He's a current...
Belichick did answer questions about it.
Well, Belichick, I'm sure, wants the Giants job. But I think they'd be nuts to hire him.
All right.
The Giants want a guy who is currently an active head coach in the NFL.
Okay, they want... Who does Joe Shane want? Tell me after the break.
Okay.
All right, 803-0550. We'll get to more of your calls. It is Turkey for Tickets Day. The 3 locations, KeyBank Center, Surface Lot, Tops in Tonawanda, Tops in Orchard Park, bring a 20-pound turkey. Hand it to the volunteers there. It goes to benefit the Buffalo City Mission and Feed More Western New York. And you get a voucher for a pair of tickets to see a Buffalo Sabres game. So, Turkey for Tickets, thanks for the donations. We're back in a moment with your calls and Joe's answer on who the Giants want. I'm going to figure that out. It's coming up here on WGR.
Because I was thinking a lot about the conference in the last 12. Really, Chopin Bulldog did their reverse AFC power rankings yesterday, and I saw you brought up power rankings yesterday, so I was looking around at different power rankings.
Yeah, I've seen the Bills fall league-wide to 11th and 12th, and Chopin Bulldog put... Here's the funny thing.
Would they put him 5th?
5th.
Yeah.
And the first comment underneath it was that everyone on the station should be fired. So I saw that and I thought, like, yeah,
right.
You know, it's times are tough right now.
And they had the Chiefs number 1, who the Bills beat, but that's kind of the conference right now. I think I saw 5 different teams in different power rankings that would have been the number 1 AFC team.
Yeah.
In different, I mean, the Bills, even in some spots, I still saw number 1. New England, I saw number 1. Indy still. Kansas City, obviously. Did somebody have the Chargers, I think.
Okay.
Number 1. I don't know if I saw Denver, but they're 8-2. Like, the conference right now feels without a top dog. Well, and I think it's because the teams you trust aren't up there in the standings. Like, I would say the Chiefs are the team, but they do have 4 losses somehow. But if I'm being consistent from last year,
one score
losses.
Yep.
If I'm being consistent from last year they had the good record. I didn't think they looked good. Their numbers didn't look good, and we thought like, okay, this team is not as good as the record shows. I think the Chiefs this year are probably the opposite.
Yep.
They did lose to the Bills, but I think they're 5-4. They have a plus 76 point differential. I think they are probably better than their record this year. And almost definitely better than their record this year. So I think the Chiefs would be my team to put up there, even though the Bills did prove they could beat them in the regular season again. Yeah, I mean, quickly on them tonight. They're now 3 points behind everybody. Like they are 3 points behind the next closest team in the East. So they've played fewer games, but I know they're missing so many guys. Ellis is playing in goal tonight. That actually might be a good thing. They can't go on a slide here. They'll lose ground quick, really quick. It will feel like the season is over very fast if they don't. They don't have to win all these games. Can you get 3 out of a possible 6 on this road trip? Just hang around. My goal for them right now is hang around until the reinforcements return.
Which who knows when that actually is going to be.
Right, like maybe
some of your reinforcements. Darlene's leave is one thing. Zucker hasn't eaten solid food in 9 days.
10 days now, maybe.
10 days, maybe. Yeah, we get the has Zucker eaten tracker.
Solid food. Cooley could be months. Benson is the one that you hope is closer.
Yeah,
I'm not. I guess you're right. Like Norris is another one. Like I'm not really counting on him.
Yeah,
who am I counting on to return? Maybe that's a good point. Like reinforcements, it might just be. Or I'm counting on Benson to come back and nobody else.
You don't want to say 15 games into a year. Well, it's a cursed season, but man,
it is
what Lindy was describing with the illness to Zucker and the Kulik blood clot and much more. Like it's rough.
I think the passing game is a fatal flaw right now. And I just think from a personnel standpoint, they are simply not good enough, period. And I know they have Josh Allen. I think Josh Allen is awesome. I think Josh Allen you're starting to feel the weight of the situation on his shoulders because there is just not a lot of answers with what's going on here right now. And I get it. Bills offense is one of the best rushing teams in the league when they're on. That's great, but that can't be the identity of the offense because their defense isn't good enough for them to be this mauling run first team.
It's Matt Harmon. He and Nate Tice, Yahoo Sports, talking about the NFL and the Bills here. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Quick thought for you on Brian Daboll. We finished last segment talking about the idea of will he come back and would you bet him to be the next OC? Not necessarily this year, but of course it's going to be an idea that people talk about until he has a different job or the Bills have announced who their OC for next year is. We don't know if that's going to be Joe Brady. One thing about Daboll that I'll say, if anybody out there is, remember, he didn't run the ball to a fault. Mm-hmm. And I'm here to say, not in my eyes. I never thought that they didn't run it enough. Mm-hmm. He said one of my favorite things that a Bills coach has ever said. I think it was some version of, if I'm remembering, it's 5 years ago. People talk about balance when you lose. And that is the most correct thing anyone's ever said.
Yeah.
They win a game, we are not talking about the balance. They won. They lose a game, and it's, well, what happened to your balance?
Right.
And to me, that's right. That is so right. We never talked about lack of yak yards. Josh thrown for 462 in a game. How many yak yards? Yeah. Who cares? Nobody ever cared. So that's the thing I always liked about the pairing of them together. I never cared about turnovers. I never cared about the yak yards. I never cared about the rushing. That's just me. I'm just an idiot. I said this yesterday. My entire football brain lives in the 8 days between the perfect game and 13 seconds, and I can't get out of that spot. And then I was reminded that the 5 weeks prior to that was also the Bills going scorched earth.
Right.
Offensively.
Right. They went nuclear at the end of the season.
They went nuts. They got held back by a hurricane.
Right.
And then after that said, watch this.
Well, even in the second half of that game, they realized they could throw the ball.
Right. And it's I will admit to a fault, I am probably living for that month and a half to 2 months, and that might be fool's gold that I'm chasing. But I never cared how often they ran it. The second half of the Bucs game when they lose in overtime, it's, oh, yeah, here we go. We're back. And 13 seconds is his last game with the Bills?
Yes.
Watch that game and come back with, got to make sure we're more careful offensively. Ooh. No thanks.
Yeah.
Although, Dorsey picked it up kind of where it was from there, and the turnovers showed up, and it wasn't necessarily as good.
I guess I wonder what appetite. I mean, McDermott is the one who always comes up for this. What appetite does Bean have for a coordinator that, when he was here, didn't care about balance, didn't care about running the ball, and they were amazing? Because one comment that I remember Bean making in the offseason, I think it was at the Combine with Pat McAfee, is he said that he regretted not having a more physical offense that could run the ball in the winter in Buffalo in those earlier years when they were losing in the 13 seconds game.
Right.
I don't know if you mentioned the 13 seconds game, but that sounds opposite of what Daboll was as your coordinator. So do you still feel that way? Has this season changed anybody's mind up there on that? Because if the GM thought in February that it was a mistake to not have more of a run game in those early playoff years with Josh Allen, then are they going to want the coordinator that never ran the ball?
Good question. Again, it's not like
is Daboll the same as he was then? Like, he didn't have James Cook.
Right. Devin Singletary.
Would Daboll run the ball more with this offense than he did with that offense? Probably. Even if he didn't run it as much as Brady does, he would run it more, I'm sure, because he never had a run game. He never had a line like this. He never had a running back like this, which, again, is also on purpose, right? Like Bean saying in February, I wanted a more physical team. I can't have everything. You got to make some concessions. He didn't do that at line. He didn't do that at running back. So he's wanted this run game. Right. And would Daboll come in and say, hey, listen, you don't have to pay Connor McGovern. You don't have to pay David Edwards. Just plug in guys there. Figure it out. I don't need a good backup running back to James Cook. Would he be someone that comes in and says, I don't need all that. I need separators. Right. And what's Brady been saying I need for 2 years?
Actually,
I don't need Stephon Diggs.
Brady says, I don't care. Give me whoever. Right. I'll make it work.
Right.
Like he's kind of said, he also said that guys don't run away from people in the league. Like, guys don't run away from man coverage open, right? What was the comment he made a couple weeks ago? Like, it's not like guys are just running open in the league.
Right, that's right. Which every team in the league has guys that are running open.
Including the Bills sometimes, and the Bills are not really finding them. Mm-hmm. So there's more than just the receiver that's the problem. 803-0550. We're talking a little today about, lots of things, including the solutions. I want to continue to do that. We could sit here and yell about the problems all day. We've done it for a while. But solutions and how to get the best out of Josh Allen, because as long as they have him, if he goes nuclear mode, which we've seen him do before, then maybe they get it back. The question is, are there enough supporters in the cast to do it?
Speaking of the Giants, by the way, they just announced their starting quarterback for this week.
Okay. Jameis.
Jameis.
Oh, man, let's go.
Dart's got a concussion.
You're supposed to tell me who they want as their head coach.
The Giants. Who do the Giants want as their head coach? Did you think you figured it out?
Let me think for a minute.
He's a current head coach in the National Football League.
John Mara is going to want who as a head coach? He's going to want Tomlin.
No. That's a good one.
Did you see the report out of Pittsburgh from Mark Caboli, who covers the Steelers?
No.
That if they wanted to fire Tomlin, they probably won't because the draft is in Pittsburgh this year, and they don't want that hanging over the franchise.
Firing Tomlin?
Yeah.
Aren't the fans there upset that he's still the coach?
Some. Anyway, who do the Giants want?
They want Kevin Stefanski.
That's a good idea.
They want Kevin Stefanski. If he were to get... Actually, his contract might even be up.
That's a great idea.
I'll look that up, but he might be available, and that's who the Giants want.
Rick in Texas. Hey, Rick, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
We're good, Rick. How are you?
Good. Long-time listener. I have you guys and Chopin Bulldog and Tasker and Sal on probably 6 to 8 hours a day. So I am always listening. I'm always on. I'm always listening to rewinds of what you've done, and I love the program. That's why I do that.
Thanks, Rick.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I want to try to paint a picture here, and it's a little crazy, so just give me a minute. It's Josh Allen, it's McDermott, and it's Bean sitting in a room having a cup of coffee. And someone brings up everyone eats. And what's associated with that? You know, we're going to have lower tier receivers, and they're not going to be able to separate the greatest, but we're going to bring a lot of them in, a lot of old names like Nicole Hardman and some of the old people. We're going to call it Everyone Eats, and we're going to not complete a lot of longer passes, and that's going to be a key part of our offense. It reminds me of a John Lovett skit, the skits that he used to do on Saturday Night Live, where he played the liar. And he would propose something really nutty, and then he'd get into it a little more, and a little more, and he tried to get people to believe that. Who would ever believe today that kind of a method of playing offense could ever be successful?
Well, thanks, Rick. I think it can be successful. It was very successful last year. The problem is, I don't know, if they feel like you have to win a certain way. I don't want to act like what the Bills have been doing this last year and a half has not ever been successful. It has. The question is, I guess, is it the best plan? Mm-hmm. Is it the best approach? And we'll talk to Joe Marino coming up at the top of the hour. Joe pointed out yesterday on Twitter, he was tweeting out stats about Josh Allen's deep throw percentage. And here we are talking about the deep ball, right, and how the Bills' passing offense lacks those 20-yard completions. However, Josh is still hunting down the field. Mm-hmm. And to me, that's always been a part of this too. Like you can credit Allen for how great he's been reinventing himself into the West Coast passer, balls out quick, timing, precision. But, like in his heart of hearts, don't we think he does want to rip the ball down the field? And he's been more disciplined. He's been great. It's always been whatever. I've always felt that they can't completely take that away from him. He's going to want to do that. So I would always have wanted someone to help him with that when the urge strikes. That's okay, baby. We got a guy that runs a 4-2 that's deep past the defense, and he's open by 4 yards. Or whatever, a separator at the second level. It's always been about a separator at the second level because he's going to want to throw that. When he, we could point to all these like anecdotal examples of the deep ball to Pat DeMarco against Houston. And even Jackson Hawes on fourth down. Like there's so many times where you can see Allen turning down something to hunt for a bigger piece. And there are two answers to that, Joe. One is be more disciplined, take what's there. The other is, why don't we give him some more options that are better so when he wants to hunt for the bigger piece, we can get it. 803-0550. Break time. Back. Brian Duff going to join us. Turkey for Tickets going on today. Joe Marino, top of the hour as well. Time for you, and room for your calls also as we're hanging out here. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. All right, we got to do a turkey for tickets update. Brian Duff joining us on the West Hotline. Duffer, where are you? We got 3 spots people can donate their turkeys: the KeyBank Surface Lot, the Tops in Tonawanda, the Tops in Orchard Park, and bring a 20-pound turkey, get a voucher for tickets. Where are you, and how many turkeys have you thrown into a truck so far?
And how wet are you?
Hundreds in West Seneca.
All right.
That's my, I love the turkey intro, though. I think we need to incorporate that more on the broadcast.
So you're out there. You said you're in West Seneca?
Yep.
All right, West Seneca. So I know Sabres alumni, pitch in with this, and we thank, of course, all the volunteers that are a part of this as well. The turkey's going to go to benefit the Buffalo City Mission and feed more Western New York. So you got a long line. I mean, what's the scene out there?
You know what? It's been really steady. I will say this. I think it's been lighter than in past years, and I think there are a number of reasons that people, could understand, just financial situations. And I believe we're maybe a touch earlier doing it this year.
Okay.
So there could be, less preparation perhaps. But the beauty is if you're just thinking of it now, swing by Tops here in West Seneca or whichever one you're going to, Tonawanda or here. Just zip into the store, get the turkey, and you'll be on your way. It's like 2 minutes more on your stop right now. And because we need it, and can't stress this enough, everything that Feed More Western New York is doing, and for the Buffalo City Mission, this is the focal point of the year. But we need to be ingrained to be thinking about this year round. That's what I hope that is the takeaway from today. And again, it has been steady since before 7 a.m., which is great. Just want to see the volume really pick up here in the final hour and a bit.
So if people have already got it in their car, they can kind of come right through the line. Or if you don't, park, go into Tops, grab the turkey, come right out and just hand it over like a just hand-to-hand exchange?
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. And we have more than enough volunteers on hand, including Marty and Pat Coletta. So, it's been really good. The generosity has been huge from the people that have come through, and we can't thank them enough.
You've got Marty and Pat with you out there in West Seneca?
Yep.
All right. Who else we got out there around town? Do you know KeyBank Center Service Lot? We can check in and see.
I don't know.
Other alumni.
I've been a designated West Seneca guy forever. So
nice. Well, maybe friendly competition between the 3 sites. You standing making it through the rain.
Have you ever had good weather when you're doing? I feel like every year where it's bad.
That was one of the first things I said when I looked at some of the other volunteers. I'm like, is it just me, or do we always have it on the worst day? But I will say this. I was fearful of how bad it could have been, other than a little bit of blinding, pelty rain. It hasn't been that bad. The temperature isn't nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be.
No. Well, thanks for being out there, and thanks to all you guys doing what you're doing, and hopefully we get some more people out there for you. And again, it goes till 9, but you guys are always there, while the stragglers come through?
Stragglers. We're big on stragglers.
All right, very good. Stragglers. Stragglers per 60. Let's get a lot of stragglers per 60 out there. Thanks, Duffer.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Brian Duff, the turkey for tickets going on, the promotion and the food drive. Again, 20 pounds of a frozen turkey, the equivalent of 20 pounds, or a 20-pound turkey. You get a voucher for a pair of tickets to see a Buffalo Sabres game. There's a bunch of games that are eligible. You can find on their website when you get the voucher. So, KeyBank Center Surface Lot, Tops in West Seneca, Tops in Tonawanda. Be a part of it and donate a turkey. Get some tickets. 803-0550. Sabres play tonight in Utah against the Mammoth. Later in the show, we'll all share our favorite Mammoth memories in this storied matchup.
For the second time.
Second time they've ever played?
The Mammoth.
That's right. They play the
Utah Hockey Club.
That's right.
The Mammoth minus 200 tonight, by the way.
All right.
Big favorites. Colton Ellis, come on. Let's see a goalie. He could be good.
Yes.
He's played one game and it went really well. Just saying. He could be good. We don't know that he isn't.
Yep, that's right. Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast, helps break down the Bills, the answers from here. I also want to talk about this defense because there are some bright spots and there are some glaring problems that are, of course, leading into where we are today. So we'll talk about that with Joe Marino. We'll get your calls in as well as we roll this morning. Tyler Dunn at 9:15 here on WGR. I want to put this out as we'll call it a stat of the day we're finding our way to. And I'm not sure if there's any big, huge, overarching point to this. But if you hear something and you want to give a thought on it, a reaction to it, then do it. So, Joe, I think I have to go back to 2006. Jeremy White here for Wayland Brewing. Brady's first Super Bowl is 2001, right? He makes. If I go back to 2005, there's Roethlisberger's first. 2006 is Manning's first. So since 2006, AFC quarterbacks making their first appearance in a Super Bowl, the list is Flacco, Mahomes, Burrow. Since 2006, 3 quarterbacks, 3 have made their first Super Bowl, and Mahomes made 5 of them, 4 of them. Flacco, Mahomes, Burrow. In the NFC, that is, go to 2006. Let's do it since 2006.
I was already at 10 in 2013.
Okay.
All right, Eli, no. Rodgers, yes. Right?
Yeah.
Breeze, yes. Kurt Warner, no.
No, he'd made it once before, right?
Eli, there's his first. Rex Grossman.
Love it.
And Matt Hasselbeck.
Okay, so what's your number?
So that number is 14.
Since 2006, 3 AFC quarterbacks have made their first Super Bowl, and 14 NFC quarterbacks have made their first Super Bowl. All right. What does it mean? Does it mean the AFC is due?
Is it due, or is it just the AFC, for whatever reason, probably randomness?
Just randomness. Brady
has had the better quarterbacks and still does. Still does, right? No doubt.
Yep.
And they're right. There is I don't think there is any reasonable explanation for why that has happened other than total randomness. That Brady, because if Brady played in the NFC for 20 years, then this would be a stat about the NFC. Because I was thinking a lot about the conference in the last 12. Really, Shope and Bulldog did their reverse AFC power rankings yesterday, and I saw you brought up power rankings yesterday, so I was looking around at different power rankings.
Yeah, I've seen the Bills fall league-wide to 11th and 12th. And Shope and Bulldog put... Here's the funny thing.
Would they put him 5th?
5th.
Yeah.
And the first comment underneath it was that everyone on the station should be fired. I saw that and I thought,
right.
It's times are tough right now.
And they had the Chiefs number 1, who the Bills beat, but that's kind of the conference right now. I think I saw 5 different teams in different power rankings that would have been the number 1 AFC team.
Yeah.
In different, the Bills, even in some spots, I still saw number 1. New England, I saw number 1. Indy still. Kansas City, obviously. Did somebody have the Chargers, I think.
Okay.
Number 1. I don't know if I saw Denver, but they're 8-2. The conference right now feels without a top dog.
Well,
and I think it's because the teams you trust aren't up there in the standings. I would say the Chiefs are the team, but they do have 4 losses somehow. But if I'm being consistent from last year,
one score
losses.
Yep.
If I'm being consistent from last year they had the good record. I didn't think they looked good. Their numbers didn't look good, and we thought okay, this team is not as good as the record shows. I think the Chiefs this year are probably the opposite.
Yep.
They did lose to the Bills, but I think they're 5-4. They have a plus 76 point differential. I think they are probably better than their record this year. Almost definitely better than their record this year. So I think the Chiefs would be my team to put up there, even though the Bills did prove they could beat them in the regular season again.
Can I give you one number on the Sabres that, again, they've played fewer games, 2 fewer games than the Rangers, and 1 fewer game than the Panthers. But right now, at this moment, no team has scored fewer goals in the Eastern Conference.
Not great.
Not great. No, not great. Anyway.
Only 1 team scored fewer goals in the league.
Oh, yeah?
Just Calgary. So that's not
great.
Not
now,
fun.
They play tonight, score a couple goals, you won't be in last place, but it's been an issue.
First practice of the week for the Bills today. Injury report later. Josh Palmer, probably the number one name to watch, but Christian Benford, Taron Johnson, among others. Get that later in the afternoon. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-MILLION. Elsewhere around the NFL, Jair Alexander is stepping away in Philadelphia. He is considering retirement, focusing on getting physically and mentally right now before getting that decision. He was traded at the deadline, hasn't played yet for Philly. Other news around the league, Joe Burrow says that he's targeting a Week 13 return, which would put him back on the field in time to play against the Bills next month. Travis Hunter, done for the year. Season-ending surgery on a torn LCL. His rookie season in Jacksonville is over. Sabres in action tonight, 9 o'clock against the Utah Mammoth. Colton Ellis expected to start in goal for Buffalo for only the second time this season. We'll have pregame starting at 8 here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Here's my thing with Sean McDermott. Something's always leaking, and it takes him an entire offseason to figure it out. You don't have an offseason. You're wasting Josh Allen's prime. The running game took years to solve. Now the passing game, I have to wait until next year to solve it? Buffalo has been mostly healthy, schedule third easiest in the league, and yet they have one win over a team with a winning record. So in their 3 losses, they've averaged 15 points. With Josh Allen and James Cook, how is that possible?
Colin Cowherd, as I said to Sal, the Bills, what's the famous, somebody in the Mets broadcast once says, like, your butt's in the jackpot, you're at, anyway, the Bills are squarely in the crosshairs of, hey, what's going on with that team right now? And, well, we talk about them all the time. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Turkey for tickets, still rolling along for another hour. Brian Duff saying a little lighter than past years, so maybe you can help be a part of it and help drop off $20 of frozen turkey of 20 pounds or more, not $20, 20 pounds or more, and you get a voucher for tickets to a Buffalo Sabres game. Key Bake Surface Lot, Tops in West Seneca, Tops in Tonawanda on Yonge Street. Those are your 3 places to drop those off, so thank you in advance. And again, benefiting the Buffalo City Mission and Feed More, Western New York. Joe Marino joins us on the Western Hotline. And Joe, we got a lot to get to. I'm gonna take a big picture view question first. I had a Twitter poll yesterday where I said, all right, how bad is it? Is it bad? Is it not that bad? Or is it totally fine? So, Joe, where are we? How bad is it?
Well, I don't think it's completely awful. I mean, the Bills are a 6-3 football team, and you know there's some good things that's happening with this team. And we've seen them kind of have their lulls in the past. We've seen them have games like the one against Miami, and they kind of rally and come through. And I think the concern with that is maybe they do rally and come through and go on a run and go be able to win a playoff game or two. But I think everyone's ready for a little bit more than that, right? And you're desperate for this team to get over the hump. And so I think the same script is not what we're looking for. We're looking for a different script where we're hoping to see a true run at the number 1 seed and a team that can get over the hump in the postseason. And it's hard to kind of buy into this team being the one that has the breakthrough. And so I think that's kind of where it all stems. I'm sure the Bills will make the playoffs. I'm sure the Bills might even win a playoff game or two, but can they do the whole thing? That's what we want them to do. And I think some of that doubt's creeping in.
Yeah. I haven't thought about this yet, but like what's different for this team and previous years? Is it that they're not just losing goofy games by a point or on a stupid play? Like, yes, they lost New England on a field goal, but they were down 10 late in that game. Yeah. And they have 2 other double-digit losses. Like, that's what's uncharacteristic. I'm thinking back to when they ran the table and caught Miami. Like, that's a year where they probably didn't have multiple double-digit losses. The Bills had that long stretch of how many games in a row without losing by more than 1 score.
Yeah, you'd watch the Bills lose in the past, and you're like, oh, well, I can't believe it took all of those things to go wrong for the Bills to lose a close game. Now lots of things go wrong and they lose by multiple scores. Not all the time, but, like you said, 2 times already this year, and the Patriots game was certainly in danger of that. And so I think you just see chinks in the armor, and I think we're more aware of it than ever because this is getting longer in this era. Josh Allen's going to be 30 in May, and you start to feel that urgency and some of that doubt, like I said, creeps in that, maybe it's not going to happen. And simultaneously, the threat in the division is real. For the first time, it's actually real. And, yeah, Miami's kind of given them a couple of runs, but I don't know. It was always like this expectation that they're going to collapse, the Bills are going to go on a run, and it's going to happen. Now it's like the Bills need help to beat out the Patriots, and I think it's probably unlikely that they can do it this year. Jeremy, you made a good point. Like, even if they beat New England, now that they have a second divisional loss, you need New England to lose to either the Jets or Dolphins to have a chance at that tiebreaker, or the common opponent thing becomes relevant. And the Bills have already lost to the Falcons, and the Patriots beat the Falcons. So it's a very difficult path to see the division, and I also think that kind of creeps into this where that path is not as much on the table. And so, again, leading to more doubt.
Joe Marino with us. So what went wrong against Miami, Joe? Offensively at the start, they get behind. They look like a team that struggles when they are behind, other than the Baltimore game. So I guess, really the first half especially, but why did they get behind in that game to Miami to you?
Well, they squandered opportunities offensively. A couple of short yardage fails, whether it was the decision to punt the ball and then the decision to do the fake tush push and, not being able to convert there, combined with legitimately, I think, your three best scoring opportunities, you turn the ball over. I know that they scored a touchdown from distance, on the Keon Coleman play, but your best looking drives end in a Josh Allen interception, a Josh Allen fumble, and a James Cook fumble. And, it took away from your opportunities to capitalize, even though things were difficult. And I think the passing game was really unsettled, and Joe Brady wanted to run the ball a ton early. And he even said, I regret that. I shouldn't have ran the ball as much early in the game. And to me, it was always obvious that, Miami's run defense was getting better. Their secondary was depleted. Their pass rush was depleted. This was a pass-aggressive game, and they didn't come out and do those things. And Joe Brady even said, I regret doing that. And you have Josh Allen in this game holding onto the ball for an average of 3.31 seconds. That's the most of any Week 10 quarterback. He's pressured on 44% of his dropbacks. But here's the kicker. The average time to pressure was 2.82 seconds. That's the fourth longest of any quarterback in Week 10. So you have this recipe of Allen holding the ball while frequently under pressure despite the late arrival of the pressure. That's just not a good recipe. And the Dolphins, they geared up to defend the run. The Bills are running into heavy boxes. Meanwhile, the inefficiency of the run game showed up because of that, and then you couldn't make them pay throwing the football. And so you just had a messy offense and a defense that tried to keep them in it. I thought they did an admirable job, but the offense didn't score until the fourth quarter. They were 0 for 7 on possession downs in the first half. They turned the ball over 3 times. Guess what? Even if you're a 9.5-point favorite on the road, you're going to have a hard time winning that football game.
Joe, if we're looking for solutions in the path forward, where do you think it's most likely to come from? Is it that Allen starts to just play a little better? Is it that Brady, digs in and gets better answers? Is it that Gabe Davis makes a difference and Josh Palmer returns? To find their way through this and whatever. If they win the division, if they become a wild card team, once we get to the playoffs, all right, you're in, go try to win the thing. What is the most likely path to getting to a spot where they are able to do that?
I think it's this offense really finding its rhythm. Defensively, I think they're going to have some struggles just based on some of the injuries, but you kind of offset that by maybe some of the younger players continuing to develop and improve, like we've seen, right? We've seen that happen on that side of the ball. So I don't know, defensively, I think there's the possibility that they have some in-season growth, but to me, the most tangible opportunity is what you do in your passing game and how you adjust. And I feel like I've been saying this for weeks, but we can't have this world where Keon Coleman is playing the most snaps. He has 425 snaps played this year. The next highest receiver is Shakir at 362. And then third is Tyrell Shavers at 193. Two of your top 3 snap takers at receiver are Coleman and Shavers, and those are depth. Those should really be depth players. Those are 4th, 5th, 6th receiver type players. Meanwhile, Elijah Moore, 159 snaps. Curtis Samuel, 123 snaps. I'm not trying to sell those guys as more than nice ancillary pieces, but they're not even ancillary pieces. To me, those players need to be getting more opportunity, playing over those players. I think you got to get Gabe Davis going at some point here. I know that there's a process there to do that the right way, but you can't ignore that Gabe Davis has had meaningful production with Josh Allen. And I'm not a big Gabe Davis guy, but that's kind of where we're at. And I think the bar to clear being, can you be better than Coleman or Shavers, is not a hard one to clear, to find an opportunity to get better at that spot. And so I'd be thinking about those combinations. And, of course, getting Kincaid and Palmer healthy is critical. Those are your best separation guys. Those are your best down-the-field players. And it's somewhat not surprising that as we've seen those challenges for this offense, it goes hand in hand with those players not being available. So I think you got to shake up kind of your receiver usage and then, of course, get your best ones back on the field.
Two-part question for you on Kincaid. First off, what do you make of I think one accusation about this Bills offense is that Kincaid is obviously very good, and when he gets targeted, it works. But his presence on the field makes them too predictable. Do you buy that when he's off, they're more likely to run? When he's on, they're more likely to pass? And whether it's they don't have enough faith in his blocking, that there's a little bit too much of a tell there. Do you think there's any merit to that?
Probably. I think the percentage-wise of snaps that Kincaid's on the field and how many of those are passes, it's pretty high. I actually had this conversation with Dan Fates a couple weeks ago, and those numbers do say that, hey, it's a tell. But it's kind of working, though. You see the efficiency, the yards per route run with Dalton Kincaid this year, it's off the charts. And I think that just speaks to, maximizing Kincaid. I think there's a limitation conversation to be had about, what he can really give you as an inline blocker. But it's also the other side of that is, you optimize his role by using him in the ways that are most effective. And I think that's kind of the trade-off with a player like Kincaid. And so, unfortunately, he has been injury prone, right? That's been a real thing over the last few years, and it doesn't seem to be going away with an oblique, a hamstring this year so far, the knee, the shoulder last year, both knees, I guess, last year. And so I guess when I look at it through that lens, I want his reps to be the most meaningful one. And so I think it's kind of the trade-off with Kincaid, and it's unfortunate. Obviously, he's a really, really dynamic pass-catching threat, and I think that's just kind of what he is.
The second part of it is, and this might be like reaching too hard for something, is there an opportunity with his absence here to maybe, I don't know, for Joe Brady to cross things up a little bit, maybe break his own tendencies? And could the Bills maybe with that, like making the best out of a situation that you don't want? I'm not here to say they're better without Kincaid, or they will be, but is there an opportunity there?
Yeah, I certainly think so. And I think a lot of that comes from your slot role, right? Like that's what Kincaid really is for this team, is a big slot. And so that, to me, creates opportunities to consider other things, whether that is some more Elijah Moore, whether that is some Coleman in the slot, where I think most people would agree that he's better to perform there, but maybe it doesn't necessarily make the Bills' offense better because they have better slot options. But here's your path, right? Kincaid's not in there. Be more creative with who you give those opportunities to in the slot. And so maybe there's some opportunity there to evolve and adjust and change some of the roles around that could lead to a better product. So you pick Kincaid in his availability every single time, but perhaps there is a silver lining.
Joe Marino with us. Joe, how bad do you think it is with Coleman right now? I heard you talk about how there were maybe a couple of plays that could have been there for him in this game had Allen hit it. He does make the one back shoulder touchdown, but on the whole, I mean, he's playing a lot. He's not getting open. Defenses don't seem to be respecting him all that much. Like, how dire is it? Like, is it as bad as it sounds? Because I think everybody is coming for Coleman right now in this passing offense.
Yeah, I actually feel kind of bad for Keon Coleman. To me, he's being asked to fill a role that is inappropriate. I don't think that he's done anything to justify the volume of snaps he plays or the targets that he gets. And that's unfortunate because when you put somebody in there to do something that they're not up to the task to do, they're not going to perform well, and it leads to a lot of criticism. And so, look, Coleman's got his own limitations. He's not ready for the role that he's in. But to me, I want to start to put that criticism more in who's culpable for him being out there and being asked to do these things, and that's his coaching staff. And so, I mean, it's unfortunate that Coleman hasn't become the player that they've wanted him to be. And I think about that, like, what if he was Cortland Sutton? What if he was a George Pickens type player, which is clearly what they thought he was, and he's not, but they're asking him to do that, and it's hurting the offense. And so, Yeah, I think the Coleman conversation is unfortunate because it's all deflected at Coleman. And maybe there is some culpability he has, like whatever. There's been effort issues, or maybe you wish that he played it up throw a different way, or whatever. But ultimately, he's not up to the task, and he's receiving that criticism. And I really want to start pointing that back at the coaching staff for putting him in a spot that he's not really capable of filling right now.
There's also it's like trying to figure out like who's really at fault for the current state of it. Like the culpability of Brady for Coleman. Or for even Shakir, not being used in certain ways. Like that one might be maybe more a Brady question, Joe, is Shakir, I saw, has only 3 receptions of over 10 yards, air yards so far this year. And I feel like we're always doing this dance with Coleman and Shakir. Like, what are they capable of that you're not already asking them to do? And is that a Brady thing? Or is that, no, that's what you gave him, and this is really all he can do with players that have limitations?
Well, I think there's a lot of truth to the Bills and their offensive weapons in the passing game being very role-specific. And they have their different roles that they want different players to fill, and there's not as much on their plates. And I wish there was. I wish there was more that they asked out of some of these players as opposed to, hey, Khalil Shakir's our screen guy, and Coleman's our 50-50 guy, and, we're going to get some horizontal things going with Moore and Samuel, and Palmer's our route runner, so whenever we want to dial up a go get a bucket or a play action where you're going to uncover, we'll have Palmer do that, and Kincaid's our power slot. I don't know, predictability or specialization makes it easier to be predictable, and so I worry about that. I don't think there's enough complete skill sets, and I don't think that they maximize the skill sets that they have, and they really want it to be role-specific, and so you have this offense that's predicated on efficiency, and we talked about Coleman not quite being the do-everything X receiver that I think the Bills envision him to be, and then you combine that with some protection breakdowns and maybe some Josh Allen execution errors, and it takes away from the efficiency of an offense that's rooted on efficiency, and to me, it reduces your margin for error a little bit and has led to some challenging offense for this Bills team. But I think within those roles, the injuries to the roles matter, and I think probably – if you look at it, your 4 most important roles are Coleman, Shakir, Kincaid, and Palmer. 2 of those guys aren't available, and one of them's not up to the role that he's being asked to fill. It's kind of a tough equation for it to be consistent.
Joe, you tweeted yesterday, Morgan Fox needs to be signed. The Bills worked him out. He could help them on defense. I want to get to what's happened with the defense. I feel like with the defense, we've seen big problems, but some positives, and of course, so many injuries on that side of the ball that it's kind of a tough evaluation. What do you like about Morgan Fox? Where would he fit in? And how do the Bills get through this stretch of what's happened to their defense?
Well, I like Morgan Fox because I think he's a proven rotational, versatile defensive lineman in the NFL, and I think the Bills are at a point where they need that. I think you're realistically your defensive line rotation features 3 very shaky players in Phi Mathis, Jordan Phillips, and Javon Solomon. Where, those guys are getting reps right now, and, those are not ideal players to have on the field. Again, low bar to clear. I think that Morgan Fox would be a better option than those guys on the field. And so, to me, it's just like, how do you upgrade even your worst parts of your roster? And to me, that, becomes very obvious to me that you can upgrade there with a player like Morgan Fox. As far as the defense, I'm really nervous about the run defense. It's not improving. I think they've been able to mask some of it, but right now the Bills they're 27th in EPA against the run. They're giving up 8.2 explosive run percentage, which is 15 yards or more. That's 4th highest in the league. They allow 0.21 missed tackles forced per attempt, which is number 2 in the league. They allow 2.91 yards after contact per attempt, which is comfortably worst in the league. And when the Bills are going to face teams that are going to remain committed to running the football, or the Bills can't control game scripts that get teams out of being two-dimensional, I think they're going to have troubles in a big way based on the way that these linebackers are playing, based on the way these defensive tackles are playing. And so that's why this game script stuff becomes really important. That's why this passing game coming alive becomes really important, because I don't have an easy answer there. I think that they're shaky with their personnel. And kind of the way that they choose to play schematically creates some challenges. And so that's why I put so much of this back on this passing offense to come together as a piece that can help overcome some of the deficiencies on the roster.
Tampa this week, before I let you go, like get your thoughts on that matchup. Like, will the Bucs maybe do well? They've got a lot of injuries as well, right? Like no Mike Evans, no Chris Godwin,
Bucky Irving
as well. Like I feel like Bucky Irving would be a very bad matchup for this Bills defense because he forces so many missed tackles. So, what do you like about the matchup for the Bills?
Well, what I like is you have a Bucs team that I think is searching for some answers offensively. I think they're in a bit of a rut offensively themselves. Their third down numbers are bad. Their red zone numbers are bad. I mean, they're kind of middle of the pack with other efficiency type metrics, and I think it just speaks to a banged up team. It's not just like those skill players. They got a couple pieces on their offensive line as well that haven't been available to them, and so first year coordinator, it's been tough for that side of the ball to come together, and so. What I like about the Bills is that I don't know that they're Baker's a really good player. I certainly have a ton of respect for Baker. You guys know that, but I think he's in a kind of a Josh Allen situation. It's to some extent it's leading to some inconsistency. But defensively, I think they have some potency. I think they've been able to scheme up some pressure, which concerns me a big deal. But they've been a little shaky on that side of the ball too. So I think Tampa's a lot like the Bills, where they've had some wins that you're kind of impressed with, but some shaky moments, some inconsistency, some injuries on both sides of the ball. And so I think you like that you're at home in this one.
All right. Joe Marino, Locked on Bills podcast. We've been talking to Joe on Wednesdays all the way back, formerly at the Draft Network. Joe, I feel like when we started talking, it was receiver stuff in the draft.
Yeah.
And, we'll see where this offseason brings us. Linebacker.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep saying linebacker to everybody that wants to listen about the draft.
Linebacker.
Right? Joe, come on. First round pick. It's linebacker, right?
Oh, you know what? We got a long time to figure out.
Just saying. Anyway, yeah, well, I'm sure we'll talk, draft season. Hopefully we've got a lot more football before that shows up. Thanks, Joe.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Joe Marino of the Locked on Bills podcast. Find everything he does at the Joe Marino, thejoemarino.com. Herd Mentality Substack is all 22 stuff. All good stuff. Always good stuff. Yeah, sorry, I'm just going to...
Nick Harbor.
Just
the name I'm going to say.
When I saw you tweet that the Bills should get Nick Harbor, here's my idea, all right? You tell me it's a good idea, bad idea. Mm-hmm. This is almost Let's Get Stupid. Nick Harbor. Mm-hmm. Then I have to find another receiver named Harbor, and we could have the inner harbor and the outer harbor. What do you think?
Well, does the other harbor have one of harbors has to be a slot receiver?
Slot guy, yeah. Inner harbor and outer harbor.
All right, I like that.
Who wants it?
That's good.
What an identity.
Go find another Harbor.
Nick Harbor is 6'5"?
6'5", and he runs a 4.26.
What?
Yep.
Can he catch?
We'll teach him that.
We'll work on that.
It's like, what's Billy Bean sitting in the Scott Hattebrow's? It's like, I've never played for. It's like, how hard is it to teach a guy how to play first base? It's not that hard at all. Tell him. It's incredibly hard. Just teach him to catch.
Yeah.
He's got 400 yards this year at South Carolina. It's not bad.
Isn't the guy I want? Hold on. I'll get the name for you. There's a couple different guys.
Just saying 6'5", 4.26, 40 time.
I just want to tell you.
That guy
I just want to tell you something that's going to happen. I hope you're ready for this. I hope everyone out there is ready for this. When you have a bad draft pick or a draft pick that doesn't meet expectations, every player at that position that has one trait similar to that player is like, I don't want another Kyer Elam, right? I don't want another Keon. You tell Bills fans you got a 6'5" receiver. Doesn't matter what he do.
Remember, there were a lot of Patriots fans that didn't want Drake May just because he went to North Carolina.
Oh yeah,
like
Trubisky.
Trubisky, yeah.
I don't want another.
Or they didn't want him to wear number 10 because Mac Jones had worn that before. Yeah,
right.
Why? What's the simulation? Just the height?
Yeah, I don't want
6'5".
I don't want another James Hardy. Don't forget about James Hardy. Anyway. 80305.
Not yet on these names, probably we'll wait.
Carnell Tate, Ohio State. Jordan Tyson, Arizona State.
Bell, who's the Louisville guy? Bell. Something Bell. Something Bell. It's November. I'll have it down by January, I promise.
Just go ahead and bookmark those linebacker rankings. I'm just telling you.
I'm not even going to. I commit to not opening linebacker rankings until at least like February 20th.
Well, obviously, right, but
But the receiver rankings have already opened, so.
Yeah, fair enough. 803-0550. We'll chat with Tyler Dunn of golongtd.com at 9:15. Open for your phone calls if you hung through the segment with Joe. Thanks for sticking with us. We'll get to your calls on the other side. Turkey for tickets still going strong. Still time for you to bring a 20-pound frozen turkey to the KeyBank Center service lot, the Tops in Tonawanda, the Tops in West Seneca, and get a voucher for a pair of Sabres tickets. So do that. Benefit the Buffalo City Mission and Feed More Western New York. Thank you for the donations. And, if you can make that happen, that'd be great. More calls on the other side, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 here on WGR. Joe, we got a lot to get to. I'm gonna take a big picture view question first. I had a Twitter poll yesterday where I said, all right, how bad is it? Is it bad? Is it not that bad? Or is it totally fine? So, Joe, where are we? How bad is it?
Well, I don't think it's completely awful. I mean, the Bills are a 6-3 football team, and there's some good things that's happening with this team. And we've seen them kind of have their lulls in the past. We've seen them have, games like the one against Miami, and, they kind of rally and come through. And I think, the concern with that is, maybe they do rally and come through and go on a run and go, be able to win a playoff game or two. But I think everyone's ready for a little bit more than that. Right. And you're desperate for this team to get over the hump. And so I think the same script is not what we're looking for. We're looking for a different script where we're hoping to see a true run at the number one seed and a team that can get over the hump in the postseason. And it's hard to kind of buy into this team being the one that has the breakthrough. And so I think that's kind of where it all stems. I'm sure the Bills will make the playoffs. I'm sure the Bills might even win a playoff game or two. But can they do the whole thing? That's what we want them to do. And I think some of that doubt's creeping in.
Every take, every national show, everybody who's anybody is coming after the Bills. And I don't know if saying they're dead or writing them off, but kind of noting just how right now really feels like it is the revelation of a big problem they have on offense. And the obvious question, Sal, is what can they do from here, right? We could talk about problems all we want, but solutions are what the Bills have to be in the business of right now.
Yeah, I'm glad that you said that at the end. Right? That's really what it comes down to. It's the same thing. That's what I've been saying for you're past the trade deadline. You can look at all the numbers you want. You can look at the personnel all you want, the coaching, the scheme, anything. There's no what's the famous line for Rick Pitino when he's coaching the Celtics, right? Robert Parrish ain't walking through that door. Kevin McHale ain't walking through that door, right? I mean, you're not fixing this by making a deal to bring in some elite level player that's going to help your roster that's on some other team right now. That can't happen. The trade deadline is over. So what you need to do is either search around to see maybe if there's a fit who's a free agent right now, like they signed Mecole Hardman. Now, whatever that turns into, they're obviously looking at Mecole Hardman to fit into the practice squad now and maybe join the 53. You could look at Gabe Davis. At some point, Gabe Davis is going to play here. There are going to be types of options like that. Now, Gabe Davis also, that's internal as well. And that's the other thing you have to do. You have to look internally. What can you do with the players on your roster? How can you help them? How can you scheme for them? What can they do to make sure they get better? That's exactly how you have to approach it now if you're the Buffalo Bills, which is you're not going out and getting these big-time, players and trading for them. So the solution, as you say, Jeremy, has to be here somewhere. So what do we have to do to try and help our guys? And what can we do to maybe look around to see if there's anybody else around that's available that can help us?
Bills' first practice of the week today. Watching out for Josh Palmer, Christian Benford, Taron Johnson, and others. That will come out a little bit later on this afternoon. Around the NFL, Travis Hunter's season is over in Jacksonville. Season-ending surgery on a torn LCL in his knee. In Denver, J.K. Dobbins looking like he might go on IR, starting running back of the Broncos, missing at least 4 weeks if that happens. Jair Alexander, cornerback in Philly, stepping away from football, considering retirement. Sabres in action tonight, 9 o'clock against Utah. We'll have pregame at 8. Colton Ellis starts in net. That's the expectation tonight. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
If this offense goes up against a team that can stop the run, it's painful to watch. It reminds me of watching Mahomes at times last year. Padding. No one's open. They just don't have skill players outside of Kincaid, who's just got hurt. This is a front office thing, man. Like, I know Palmer's been hurt, but...
It's particularly bad because this was the same offseason, right, where Brandon Beane, snapped on the local radio guy. Somebody find that radio guy and tell him to get his rant on.
Jeremy and Joe. Justice for Jeremy and Joe.
Let's start the campaign.
It's Jerry and Joe.
You know, they know.
Don't forget, it's Jerry and Joe. Yeah. Couple things for you here. One, what do I want to say about all that? I got people tweeted me that and sent us in group chats that segment. Thank you. Kindly whatever. We got the shout out. And the name's right. We got the names right instead of Jerry and Joe. That's how you know Mina Kimes is better than Nick Wright. She got the name right. Nick Wright said Jerry and Joe. Anyway.
It was Mangini. The rest of them followed. They thought Mangini was right. They just assumed he was right, but Mangini was the one that said
This
Jerry.
man is not a man genius then. Remember they called him the man genius? You too young for that? Yeah. Man genius. That was the gloss. Which, by the way, Brian Daboll no longer being a head coach in the NFL means there are no active Belichick coaching tree coaches.
Really?
None left.
Wow.
Unless you count Vrabel, who played for Belichick.
No, we're not counting that.
Okay. There are no active Belichick coaching tree. Meanwhile, that McVay-Shanahan tree is still half the league, right?
Oh, yeah.
I got so many
That's where you're hiring from.
Yeah.
Reed doesn't really even have anybody, right?
He doesn't.
It's just the McVay. It's the 2011 Washington coaching staff.
Yeah.
That's
tons of them.
It's where everybody's coming from. Really, also that really means that everyone came from Mike Shanahan, right?
A lot, yeah.
Because he was the head coach of that team, and he hired all those guys.
803-0550 to join us, 1-888-550-2550.
I mean, the thing I would want to say about that is, I thought that earlier, and said that maybe last week, that it does kind of remind me of Mahomes in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
But the one difference, I think that is a critical difference, is he had Kelsey the whole time. They could just uptick Kelsey's production. And he wasn't as good as he's been, but they had a dude that was reliable that they could funnel the ball to, and the Bills don't have that. They would if Kincaid was healthy, but he's never healthy. So they don't have Kelsey. And that's, I think, how Kansas City was able to get by in some of those games, and I just don't know how the Bills are going to do it the same way.
Regarding, they said, get your rant on, get him back on the show, and people said, oh, you got to get Bean back on the show. And to that point, we talked to Brandon Bean at training camp. We've already had him on the show since, and I don't really have much use for, the idea, what are we going to do, bring him on and try and dunk on him? I'm not interested in a feud with the GM. That day, it was just, we thought they should have drafted a receiver, not even a number one. In that clip, it's even a number one. So...
Right, it was third, fourth
It didn't
round.
really have to be much of a feud, so much as a difference of opinion where, people yelled at each other. Which...
Well, also, do we think he agrees with it now anyway? He tried to trade a first-round pick and a third-round pick for Jalen Waddle.
Yes, I think so, for sure.
A future
also,
first-round pick.
Yelling at each other on the station, it happens.
Yeah.
We've got callers that have yelled at us, and we've yelled at people, and sometimes, we get it gets intense. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Wanted to mention about tomorrow night, Patriots and Jets.
Yeah.
Man, the division, I am in denial, which I admit to being all over the place. I've been I've been very much look out for Drake May. This dude is real. Yep. Very much about that. And the Patriots, I thought, when we went through, I said, I bet they win 10 games this year because their schedule's nice and soft. And here they are with a commanding lead in the division. And the Bills might actually even need them to slip up. They probably do need them to slip up in order for the Bills to win it. And yet, when I saw yesterday, like Chad Graff or some analytics, like the Patriots are 86% to win the division, I thought, that's a little high. Maybe I'm in denial. Like I am not yet giving up on the idea of the division. I know the Bills might have to run the table.
Well, I guess,
but which might not be likely. But I still don't think it's gone yet.
That comes down to a little bit. How good do you actually think New England is? Separate their schedule. How good a team are the Patriots?
I think they're pretty good. I think next year they have a chance to be pretty
because they're not
nasty good. If they have a good draft, if they have a good offseason, like they pick
because they're not perfect. Like their run game has really struggled all year. Their defense has not been great all year.
That's right, but
the receiving core is okay.
They picked 4th last year.
I know.
Where they're coming from,
but that's
for you to say, well, they're not great yet. It's like that's right, but they have course corrected off of 4th overall to a division winner. Like
that's right. But I don't know that they're not great. I don't know that they're not great.
Right.
But again, like they do still have issues, we think, or is it tough to tell because they're just not really tested? Like the Bills' defense has had issues all year, but I think New England's had similar issues. Yeah. Like May slinging the ball around to now it's Matt Collins while Kayshon Boutt's out, and it's like, well, are you getting away with that because of who you're playing? Okay, is that going to show up in the playoffs?
Right. They just beat a Tampa team that. Listen, let's be honest. Tampa's not quite fully formed because of so many injuries. And the Bills might have the benefit of that and beat Tampa this week, too.
But and Diggs is not their, he is not the bona fide funnel everything to him number one wide receiver. Like, he's the top guy. Don't get me wrong. But, it's 4 targets a game.
Yeah.
5 targets a game. It's not, what Chase is in Cincinnati or anymore for him.
You know what Diggs is really efficient for them.
He's very efficient.
50 catches on 61 targets.
Right.
Like he's a super reliable safety blanket for them.
I don't know, are they a team? Because if they're not great, but they're pretty good teams drop games to bad teams.
That's right.
But the great teams often do not. So if they are that, then that's where you can't really catch up in the division.
All right, let me give you that. Is the difference? Sure, the difference between Miami and New England. I think there are 2 key differences between Miami and New England. Miami was, flash in the pan, look how good their offense is, track team. The difference, there are 2 obviously big ones. Number 1 is I've got a quarterback in Drake May that I think is better than Tua. I think right now
Easily.
Drake May is better than Tua ever was and ever could probably dream of being. And number 2 is Mike Vrabel's been through lots before. Don't they have a veteran coaching staff? Whereas Miami, it's Mike McDaniel, first time being a head coach. How is he going to handle the Tua concussion stuff? How is he going to handle all these other things?
Yeah.
The players respond to him. Does he really...
Well, your player leadership was Jalen Ramsey and Tyreek Hill also at the time.
Right. I've got that. I've also got McDaniel who... Defensively, that other side of the ball, it felt like Mike McDaniel was always running the offense.
Yeah.
And, hey, let me know how the defense is. He was so far removed from it. Vrabel, to me, is very much
the CEO.
Yes, the CEO of a team.
Yeah.
And I think that is another major difference in why, if I think they're less likely to slip up than Miami was to a Will Levis Titans team, I think Vrabel is at the top of the list of reasons why I wouldn't expect it.
Which was Vrabel, by the way.
It was Vrabel.
That was a Vrabel team that got Miami. They got the Bills the division back, basically.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't know. I struggle with how great they are. They have won 2 pretty impressive games in a row, right? Decently impressive.
It depends.
Tampa on the road is a pretty nice win.
That's right.
Atlanta's an okay win.
It's an okay win. It's a team that beat the Bills.
Really, their statement win, the other difference between them and Miami, and I know Miami had a couple of wins mixed in over 7 years, and it was only a couple, but this New England team beat the Bills in Buffalo.
Right.
And that was something that you were never worried about with the Dolphins. Ever. When is the last time the Dolphins won in Buffalo? Isn't it Rex?
Oh, yeah.
They've already done something that the Dolphins never did.
Yep.
And it's only been 1 year.
Bakari in California. Good morning. You're on WGR.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
I got a couple of questions. One question is, do you guys ever watch Greg Cosell when he's on? I think I don't know what show he's on, but
One Bills Live, yeah, among other shows. Like, yeah, I do. Does great work.
When he talks about the Bills and the passing game, he focuses on, he says, maybe it's the concept of the offense. Because I don't know about you guys, but I've never seen a wide receiver except Coleman that Josh is throwing deep down the field. Except for, I think, Joshua, like maybe a couple games ago. But that's it. So is it the concept? I know I want a receiver too, just like you guys say. But is it the concept of the offense? Like, or is it the wide receivers? Because, and then I'm almost done. Because you guys remember John Brown. We don't have a John Brown. Josh turned John Brown's career into greatness. Right, guys?
Yep. Right.
So that's the question. Is it the concept or the players?
Thanks, Bakari. I'll tell you one guy I've been reaching out. Like he's out in California too, Stevie Johnson.
Yeah.
So former Bills receiver Stevie Johnson is like kind of taking on a little bit of a, hey, here's some other things that are going on with this offense, and we're trying to touch base with Stevie and get him on the show. So hopefully that happens in the next week or two. But he's one to say that like the scheme is failing them. Like that's part of the problem here. The scheme. The scheme is failing these players and failing Allen and right. Even last year, like Mac Hollins had his whole shots down the field in the AFC Championship game. They find Hollins down the field. We've got all these little examples. MVS makes the team last year and leaves, goes to New Orleans, and in like a day catches a deep touchdown. Now he's again out. He's not out of the league. Sorry, he's in Pittsburgh.
Right, he has many yards last year in New Orleans in half a year than Mac Hollins had here in a full season.
Right. All of a sudden, MVS, like he's useful for Derek Carr.
Right.
All right. So, I don't know. We're all just kind of looking around. We all just want answers and want to see Josh Allen be able to rip the ball and look better in the passing game.
Yeah. I mean, if they do start playing Davis and Palmer stays healthy and they're still not able to do it, then I think the heat's coming for Brady. Not that those guys are stars.
Yep.
They're not. But those are professional wide receivers that have had decent years. Like the part about Coleman being tough to attach him to Brady is I don't know what Coleman was. I don't have previous seasons to go on with Coleman and say, well, he wasn't that good. And then Samuel's got injuries attached to it. Moore was a guy that was available after the draft. So it's like these are easy outs for the coordinator of, well, you weren't able to get Curtis Samuel and Elijah Moore going, but maybe that's understandable. These two guys are guys that were like year to year getting 600, 700, 800 yards in the league. We're starting wide receivers in the NFL.
And I see them trying to recover fumbles.
Right.
Like that's when first Curtis Samuel look, he's recovering a fumble for me.
But if now Davis and Palmer come in and they're still not doing it either, and remember, Palmer did not have more than two catches in any game other than the Baltimore game.
Right.
If you can't get him going, and Davis, who was a fine receiver here when he played, and you can't do anything with him, then now it's, okay, now I got enough to look at with this coordinator and say, you don't know how to use wide receivers.
And that's where, like, on Brady, there's pressure on him to kind of get this thing turned around, and there's a lot of season left still to do it. I always want to keep saying, like, the season's not over. But you wonder how that's wearing on McDermott. Like, McDermott's the CEO of this team.
Right.
And coaches and figuring out what they're going to do with it. I have every reason to believe McDermott wanted help on the offense, and he didn't get it. And now he's looking at his offensive coordinator. He says he has full faith in him. I'm like, okay, I don't think they're going to make a change there this year. But at the end of the year, however it all ends.
Right, like what are the odds Brady's calling plays in the playoffs? 99%?
Yes, I think so. What are the odds he's calling plays to start?
Because the only other guy that could is maybe like Ronald Curry.
I think it'll be Brady. Next year, what would you put his chances of running the team are? Maybe he gets a job, maybe not. 30%?
I want to say 50.
Okay, coin toss.
But it's because the tough part for me is what if he doesn't get a coach job?
Right.
What would it be called? Would it be called firing him?
Would it be called what happened with Leslie Frazier, where a month after the season ends, he's just like, actually, he's leaving?
But that's different. He's older, and they hit under. He's retiring and stepping away. Joe Brady is, what is he, 35?
Right, I know.
Like, he's not stepping out of the sport for a year. If he's not this team's coordinator, he's going to want to be something else. He's going to be calling plays for another team or a college or something. So I would be very interested to see how it would look if he doesn't get a head coaching job and the Bills didn't really feel like they wanted to run it back again with him.
803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. When we get back, if you're in a guillotine league, you're coming down to the nitty-gritty.
Yes.
Joe, I have recently come upon a new strategy in guillotine I want to run by you. But I'll give it to you very quick. Fantasy football playoffs approach as well. 803-0550. Your calls throughout. Tyler Dunn joins us at 9:15 on the Daboll relationship because he had a lot to say about that on his podcast the other day. Lots coming up here on WGR. Every take, every national show, everybody who's anybody is coming after the Bills. And I don't know if saying they're dead or writing them off, but kind of noting just how right now really feels like it is the revelation of a big problem they have on offense. And the obvious question, Sal, is what can they do from here, right? We could talk about problems all we want, but solutions are what the Bills have to be in the business of right now.
Yeah, I'm glad that you said that at the end. Right? That's really what it comes down to. It's the same thing. That's what I've been saying for like you're past the trade deadline. You can look at all the numbers you want. You can look at the personnel all you want, the coaching, the scheme, anything. You know, there's no what's the famous line for Rick Pitino when he's coaching the Celtics, right? Robert Parrish ain't walking through that door. Kevin McHale ain't walking through that door, right? I mean, like, you're not fixing this by making a deal to bring in some elite-level player that's going to help your roster that's on some other team right now. That can't happen. The trade deadline is over. So what you need to do is either search around to see maybe if there's a fit who's a free agent right now, like they signed Mecole Hardman. Now, whatever that turns into, they're obviously looking at Mecole Hardman to fit into the practice squad now and maybe join the 53. You could look at Gabe Davis. At some point, Gabe Davis is going to play here. There are going to be types of options like that. Now, Gabe Davis also, that's internal as well. And that's the other thing you have to do. You have to look internally. What can you do with the players on your roster? How can you help them? How can you scheme for them? What can they do to make sure they get better? That's exactly how you have to approach it now if you're the Buffalo Bills, which is you're not going out and getting these big-time, players and trading for them.
Jeremy.
So the solution, as you say, Jeremy, has to be here somewhere. So what do we have to do to try and help our guys? And what can we do to maybe look around to see if there's anybody else around that's available that can help us?
Yeah, I mean, quickly on them tonight. They're now 3 points behind everybody. Like they are 3 points behind the next closest team in the East. So they've played fewer games, but I know they're missing so many guys. Ellis is playing in goal tonight. That actually might be a good thing. They can't go on a slide here. They'll lose ground quick, really quick. It will feel like the season is over very fast if they don't. They don't have to win all these games. Can you get 3 out of a possible 6 on this road trip? Just hang around. My goal for them right now is hang around until the reinforcements return.
Which who knows when that actually is going to be.
Right, like maybe
some of your reinforcements. Darlene's leave is one thing. Zucker hasn't eaten solid food in 9 days.
10 days now, maybe.
10 days, maybe. Yeah, we get the has Zucker eaten
right
tracker.
Solid food. Cooley could be months. Benson is the one that you hope is closer.
Yep.
I'm not. I guess you're right. Like Norris is another one. Like I'm not really counting on him.
Yeah,
who am I counting on to return? Maybe that's a good point. Like reinforcements, it might just be. Or I'm counting on Benson to come back and nobody else.
You don't want to say 15 games into a year. Well, it's a cursed season, but man,
it is
what Lindy was describing with the illness to Zucker and the Kulik blood clot and much more. Like it's rough.
Sable, the hot hand, fires up a straightaway three. Bullseye! 13 for Ryan Sable, 25-7 Buffalo, and another timeout called by DePaul.
UB basketball gets out to a big lead and beats DePaul. 19-point dogs. They win on the road. Nice win for UB.
3-0. After a couple of tough years, by the way.
Yeah.
9-22 last year in the full season, 4-27 the year before, and they're 3-0 to start this year. So, good start.
With an exhibition loss?
Oh, this year?
Yeah.
Not on their official schedule that I'm looking at, so I'm not sure.
Syracuse Buffalo?
Right, Syracuse won that game.
Yeah.
Here.
Exhibition?
Yeah, it doesn't count, though. Not on the record.
Sure. Okay. No, in all seriousness.
Those deciding if they'll be ranked in a couple of weeks won't consider that game.
Good win for UB. 803-0550. More of your phone calls when we return. Of course, the Bills back at practice today. It's Joe Biscaglia, the Athletic, just tweeting, "Buzz in the building for Gabe Davis. I'm ready for an activated to the 53. I'm ready for that notification today for Gabe Davis." NFL receiver, Gabe Davis. I mean, hey, he had success here. I don't think it's the worst idea. It's probably the best idea that they can actually execute.
They're adding a receiver who a team signed to a $13 million per year contract last season.
Yeah. So they'd be adding a receiver. It's probably the best idea they've got right now. A week ago, the best idea might have been Jalen Waddle or any number of other ideas. But here the deadline is passed. The best idea you've got is probably Gabe Davis. So we'll see if that happens today. When we get back, more of your phone calls. Tyler Dunn, all coming up here on WGR. I want to put this out as we'll call it a stat of the day we're finding our way to. And I'm not sure if there's any big, huge, overarching point to this. But if you hear something and you want to give a thought on it, a reaction to it, then do it. So, Joe, I think I have to go back to 2006.
Yeah.
Because Brady's first Super Bowl is 2001, right? He makes. If I go back to 2005, there's Roethlisberger's first. 2006 is Manning's first. So since 2006, AFC quarterbacks making their first appearance in a Super Bowl, the list is Flacco, Mahomes, Burrow. Since 2006, three quarterbacks, have made their first Super Bowl, and Mahomes made 5 of them, 4 of them. Flacco, Mahomes, Burrow. In the NFC, that is, go to 2006. Let's do it since
I was
2006.
already at 10 in 2013.
Okay.
All right, Eli, no. Rodgers, yes. Right?
Yeah.
Breeze, yes. Kurt Warner, no.
No, he'd made it once before, right?
Eli, there's his first. Rex Grossman.
Love it.
And Matt Hasselbeck.
Okay, so what's your number?
So that number is 14.
Since 2006, 3 AFC quarterbacks have made their first Super Bowl, and 14 NFC quarterbacks have made their first Super Bowl. All right. What does it mean? Does it mean the AFC is due?
Is it due, or is it just the AFC, for whatever reason, probably randomness?
Just randomness. Brady
has had the better quarterbacks and still does. Still does, right? No doubt.
Yep.
And they're right. There is I don't think there is any reasonable explanation for why that has happened other than total randomness. Because if Brady played in the NFC for 20 years, then this would be a stat about the NFC.
Can I give you one number on the Sabres that, again, they've played fewer games, 2 fewer games than the Rangers and 1 fewer game than the Panthers, but right now, at this moment, no team has scored fewer goals in the Eastern Conference.
Not great.
Not great. No, not great. Anyway.
Only one team scored fewer goals in the league.
Oh, yeah?
Just Calgary. So that's not
great.
Not
now,
fun.
they play tonight, score a couple goals, you won't be in last place, but it's been an issue. Matthew Golden's better than all of them.
First injury report of the week for the Bills a little bit later on today. Josh Palmer, Taron Johnson, Christian Benford, those to watch. The Barnes from Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes from Injured for Help. Call 1-800-8-million. Jair Alexander stepping away in Philadelphia, considering retirement. He started the year with Baltimore. J.K. Dobbins, starting running back of the Broncos, could be placed on injured reserve, which would obviously have him miss the next 4 games. Travis Hunter in Jacksonville out for the year, had season-ending surgery on a torn LCL. Sabres in action tonight at 9 o'clock against Utah. Colton Ellis expected to start in goal. We'll have pregame starting at 8 here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
But can I paint a scenario for you? Because who loves Brian Daboll? Josh Allen. Now, the reporting from Tyler Dunn is that Daboll and McDermott didn't really get along great and that Daboll hadn't gotten the head coaching job, that he might have left Buffalo. If you're right about Buffalo and they are one and done in the playoffs and they decide they have to move off McDermott, is it crazy? The idea that Josh Allen might say, hey, let Brian Daboll be my head coach here?
Mom, we're going far here.
The problem
They play
with
the
that
Bucks.
is
The guys, they play the Bucks this week.
The problem with that is the middle, which is not likely at all to me, which is they would decide we have to move off McDermott, even if they were one and done in the playoffs. If they ever did, sure, Daboll, but they're not going to. Right? Like,
I'm not prepared to talk.
His hypothetical doesn't get to the last part, because if you did, sure, if they fired McDermott, who'd be the betting favorite to be their head coach, Brian Daboll would be. But they're never getting to that place.
Sure. I don't think, they play Tampa this week.
I don't think Nick Wright is probably not alone in this. I don't think the national media, there's a big difference, I think, between what they think the possibility is of McDermott being fired and what we probably do here. I think those out on ESPN, Fox, whatever, they think it's just like any other coach in the league. Like, yeah, you could be fired. Anybody could be fired. And I just don't think he could be fired.
I think it's probably more like an early Tomlin.
Sure.
Right? Like, he'll be here for 20 years.
Right, and I don't think your Nick Wrights, your Dan Orlovskis, your Mina, whoever, like even the ones that are as plugged in as they can be on every team, I don't think they know this. They don't talk like they know this. Yeah. They probably think if they miss the playoffs, it's possible he could be fired. Nah. Even if they miss the playoffs, I don't think. Am I wrong? What if they missed? That's the most extreme outcome from this season.
Yeah,
they missed the playoffs, and there's no way, right?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to miss the playoffs. I haven't really entertained that idea. They'd have to lose to the Patriots again.
But if that's your attitude now,
the Eagles, the Steelers.
But if that's even if the owner had this shared opinion, if that's your attitude right now, there's no way they're going to miss the playoffs. And then they do. That's how you get heat on the head coach. Because no one thought this was possible. You figured out a way to do it.
They are. One more thing on this. Like, I know, again, I keep saying like they're playing the Bucs this week. They are 2 more significant injuries from being able to say the entire season is a wash because of injuries. Right? They've had a lot.
Defensively.
And on the offense now, Kincaid and Palmer. If Shakir got hurt, if Spencer Brown got hurt, like not even Allen. You're 2 more significant injuries from being able to say, I mean, we just had we were just beat up. We didn't have our guys, and I want to put that out there. Let's get a couple calls in. Ed in South Carolina. Ed, good morning.
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call. It's interesting that clip you just played there. Not only is that the national view of the media, it's the national view of the fans, and there's a lot of Buffalo fans that I listen all the time. They call in from different parts of the country. That is the national view. That McDermott's got to go. And I'm trying to figure out, and again, the reason I called was to talk about Daboll. I think they got to bring him in at some level, whether it be advisor or whatever. But maybe you guys can help me understand, because sometimes I think sometimes I think McDermott's getting a bye, not specifically by you guys, because I want to make sure you guys keep taking my call as I call in, but sometimes
we'll take your call. It's okay if you think that he gets a pass. That's totally fine.
Yeah. Maybe you can just help me understand a little bit. Is it the culture within that organization that would not fire somebody? Like you said before, Brady won't get fired. Or McDermott, it sounds like McDermott might not get fired. He'd go to early retirement.
Well, they fired Dorsey. It's not that McDermott.
Yeah, Brady's different to me.
Yeah,
very different.
They're too far down the road here. They were good last year. Like Dorsey, they're trying to save a season that's already going south. What's their record when they fired Dorsey?
6-6.
Okay, 6 or 6-5 maybe.
I think it was 6-6.
5. Okay,
yeah.
So to me, it's just not the same. And I bet they let Brady ride this one out, and we'll see where it goes from here. The main reason, thanks Ed for the phone call. So the main reason I think
it was 6-5. You're right. They lost. Then they lost to Philadelphia.
6-5. So if they lost 2 more games in a row. They lose to the Bucs and they lose to the Texans. Would they make a move at offensive coordinator? Maybe. Maybe not. But 6-5. The thing I'd say about McDermott, and part of the reason I think he's very safe, there's a lot of context with it. One, he has a lot of success. You want to say that's because of Josh Allen? You can say that. He's had a lot of success. 2, since he's been the coach, this owner went from a coach that was a laughingstock and made the organization look like fools with Rex to a guy that makes them look like one of the more professional organizations in the entire NFL. They're buttoned up, they're good, they're well-respected, they're a premier franchise. You want to say that's Josh Allen? You can do that too. Number 3, I think what the owner values, and I don't know this, I don't talk to the owner really ever at all, I think the owner values a relationship he has with the people that run his teams because he's paying attention, he cares, he goes to these games, he's very invested. He wants to be talking to people he thinks he can trust. These are super valuable assets. This is important to him. And He would have a relationship with Bean, would have a relationship with McDermott, and it's always been this idea, I'm just going to go out and fire him and hire Ben Johnson. What? How? How would that even begin? We talked yesterday about the idea of, could Brandon Shanahan really be a candidate for this position for the Sabres, president of hockey operations? And what did I say? I said, if Brendan Shanahan wants that, he's got to start having dinner and start forging a relationship. I don't think it's just as simple as, let me just find a guy and then hire him and see how it goes. I don't think it'll work that way. Didn't they resent the NHL thing that suggested candidates to them?
Yeah.
Then they hired a guy and they didn't like him.
Right.
So I think relationships matter a lot, and they probably have a really good relationship with the coach. Is it the same with the GM? Very possibly. I don't know the inner workings of any of their relationships. The thing that I do find interesting, and the biggest shift, I think, on the way people talk about the Bills locally in the last 6 months, is that it used to just be about McDermott and how they'll never win with him. Something you do not hear me say. I do not believe that to be true, that they will never win with him. They might not ever, but I do not think he is an impediment to them winning. That doesn't mean if they wanted to fire him and hire somebody else. I don't know. I think it's very, very possible they could win with Sean McDermott. But people start in the last 6 months, the GM is way more under pressure than he ever has been. Way more. Because now it's a little bit of whatever. You want to say it's wide receiver. You want to say it's defensive line. You want to say it's the cap. How are you up against the cap all the time?
Too. Yeah.
There's some high-profile misses. Whatever. There's a lot of reasons. There's high standards.
Well, now it's guys. How often in the past was it that guys you paid weren't performing to standard for you?
And right now that's happening with Bernard. That's happening with Benford.
It's happening with Knox. It's been happening with Knox.
Sure.
And those examples didn't used to really exist. And now they're starting. All the receivers that they've paid, right? Samuel is on that list. Yep. Palmer is for now. Even he wasn't playing to an $11 million per year caliber in the games before Atlanta.
Even Shakir. Does Shakir... listen, Khalil Shakir is a nice player who does a lot of really good things for you, but you use him in such a limited way, I don't think you'd be crazy to say, is that...
Well, he is paid like a limited receiver, though, isn't he?
Okay, but...
$15 million?
That's still $15 million that...
I know it's not nothing, but it's less than half of what the great receivers
I know, but how replaceable is he? You know? You treat it...
Right.
It speaks...
Right, the yak guys are usually the easiest to find. Easier to find, I think. I mean, the Dolphins just added a guy off their practice squad, Malik Washington, earlier in the year, and he's good at it.
Yeah.
So
it's not to try and... What it gets to is these middle contracts. They have so many of them.
Right.
That's why they don't have elite players, and it's one of the reasons. You have to draft them, too, and then pay them. I don't know. Your question was about McDermott and his position in the national perception. I think it comes down to relationships, and that might be true of the GM as well. Rob in North Tonawanda. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. There was been a lot of questions about, especially changing the receiver's role, because I've noticed, after the injuries, like the Palmer in the Atlanta game, then Kincaid in the Miami game, is that Joe Brady doesn't tinker with the offense, a little bit and say, okay, Shakir, can you try to do a deep threat? Go out deep. We'll see what you can do. Because he's pretty fast. We know that Shakir's fast, especially his rack ability. And then you see, a guy like Samuel, that he's done a pretty good job in the slot with the run after catch. And then, do something different with Coleman. You don't have to send him deep or doing these these curl routes. Let him try to be a slot receiver. Let him go up the middle and see what he can do up the middle. He's got enough height for it. But it's just that it seems like Brady doesn't adjust after an injury, and especially after this, especially when you got 3 quarters left or another half left. And I like to see Brady do that a lot more, adjust.
Thanks, Rob.
I don't know. I tend to think Shakir is not this, Tyler Lockett buried beneath the surface that's ready to explode as a vertical option, even from the slot, when somebody allows him to do it. Is there more there than what they're doing? 3 catches this year of more than 10 yards. I don't know what they looked like. I bet 2 or 3 of them were probably Josh Allen broken plays. So
pull up NFL Pro, watch him.
Right. I don't know if he can do it to a great standard or just more than he's doing it at all, or maybe he's just bad at it. But he's not doing it.
No.
At all.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550.
He did run a 4.440. I mean, in just straight ahead speed, he's like the fastest receiver on the team. So, try it. What really can they? What else what can they try that they haven't tried already? They can try that. They could try Shakir running vertically. They could get Gabe Davis in and maybe start playing Coleman less and moving him into the slot. Maybe you start playing Coleman in the ways you've been playing Elijah Moore and Curtis Samuel. Hey, you're not the big X anymore. You're the gadget guy. You're the jet sweeps. You're the tunnel screens. Because Shakir's going to do other things now.
I mean, Coleman's good after the catch. It'd be something to watch.
Like, fundamentally change what you're asking him to do. Can you do that? Has he been practicing it? I don't know.
No. Dan in Pittsburgh. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
All right. How are you?
Doing good. Just wanted to call in about you guys were saying how you think Joe Brady might feel a little undermined if we decide to bring Daboll in as like a consultant or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
So to me, that feels like a pretty wide receiver one diva take. I think we should go. Everybody eats with the coordinators and use Daboll's air raid with Brady's run game, and I think it'd be pretty hypocritical for him to feel undermined. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Thanks, Dan. It's funny. It's funny. Like everybody eats. Everybody coordinates.
Yeah.
Everybody
coordinates.
Everybody coordinates.
Yeah.
It's just you kind of can't. You can't do it because I'll say this though, because there's another way to say this. How'd they do this for players? They don't trust Cole Bishop. Who comes in? Jordan Poyer. He's on the practice squad.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to help you. He might also have taken your job if you didn't figure it out. He figured it out, and Poyer would have helped you. Jordan Phillips. Why is he here? Well, DJ Sanders and Deion Walker, and if some of these guys don't figure this out, we got somebody that knows the system.
Mm-hmm.
If you apply the Bills' own logic to what they do with players, look, here's Gabe Davis. What's he here for? In case any receiver can't quite get going. We got Gabe ready in the wings. I mean, apply that to it's why we have our former Bill, future Bill fantasy league, which we are going to run waivers in today.
To do that, yeah.
We're going to do it's post deadline. We have to do that today. You run that same mindset at the coaching staff, and people come back. Tyler Dunn joins us on the Western Hotline. Tyler Dunn of GoLongTD.com. Tyler, I was listening to your podcast with Jim Manos, former personnel man of the Bills there, as the Brian Daboll news dropped. And in the instant reaction, you did what a lot of other people did, which is like, all right, is this a conversation? And it's funny, Tyler, like they play the Bucs this week. We've got to, of course, keep our eyes on this season. And anybody talking about the Daboll idea is, of course, their heart is trying to figure out an answer for this season. I wanted to get you on about relationships because, you know people that have worked with McDermott. You have had lengthy conversations with the head coach over the last couple of years as well. So run through us how the Daboll idea hits when that news comes down the other day.
Yeah, that's where the mind instantly goes is we saw the absolute best version of Josh Allen, a unicorn, with Brian Daboll. I mean, that's what we see with our eyes, right? Like, we all remember 2021. We all remember, but they get blasted by Jonathan Taylor and the Colts, and we're calling them a soft football team, and then they lose to Mac Jones throwing the ball 3 times in the wind game, and then they go down to Tampa. It's embarrassing. They're getting killed at halftime. And what happened at halftime? What I was told by some players, Brian Daboll basically said, F it, we're going to unleash the beast, and Josh Allen goes scorched earth that second half. They win some games. He has the perfect game in the wild card against New England. He goes to Arrowhead, 13 seconds. We don't need to talk about that for 20 minutes.
Right.
But I think everybody can probably agree, even though he was the MVP last year, that run he had is some of the best quarterbacking I know I've ever seen in my lifetime, and he played free, he played, without any doubt in his mind. There isn't that little voice in the back of his head thinking, maybe I slide here, maybe I step out of bounds, maybe I don't gun it downfield between those defenders. There was talent all over the place. So, yeah, that's where my mind goes, is that's what we see. And then what we don't see, and this is all in part 3 of our series in 2023, is the relationship where it's like a father-son dynamic. They were unbelievably close behind the scenes. They'd hang out off the field. And, look, it's not like Brian Daboll is coddling Josh Allen either. Like, he was hard on him. I mean, he was fiery, and Josh Allen could take it. Right, son of a farmer, no offers. Like, he can accept hard coaching in a way that kind of, I guess, Tom Brady was and some of the greats could. So it just seems like, holy hell, like, is this a gift from the football gods? And you can bring him into your building. Now, I'm sure we'll get to this. There's another relationship dynamic. Brian Daboll and Sean McDermott did not get along. It was bad, really bad at the end. That was also, 3.5, 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So maybe time has healed. Maybe McDermott has evolved, and maybe McDermott's interested in winning Super Bowls and realizes having him in this building is the best thing for my quarterback.
Tyler, you've chronicled and you've spoken with the head coach, and there's been a lot about how he's maybe changed over the years or whatever, and maybe Brian Daboll has changed after going to New York and living through that experience. Like, when it comes to that scorched earth, that mindset of what the Bills became in that stretch run with Allen, it's funny, like, mixed in there is a no touchdown 3 interception game against Atlanta that I just kind of like is washed from the memory. So, like, bad games can still exist while you're at the peak of like a month and a half. What ultimately, Tyler, in from what you've learned, is led the Bills to change from that? Is it because that no one could really mimic what Daboll was able to do with Allen? That Dorsey was going to take over, and it was just going to be a different operation?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think it's a couple things. I think the Cincinnati playoff game was massive. I mean, here you play in Western New York. I know I'm looking out my window in the southern tier. We got a foot of snow. And the Bills have been dying for that playoff game at home. They get it, and they're the team that gets punked. They're the team that's pushed around. I get it too. Like Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott, the logic of, wow, we have to get tougher. We have to be the team that physically pushes teams around and toggle between play styles. I remember I had Isaiah McKenzie on the pod that offseason, and he created a little bit of a stir with Bengals fans, but he was right. He's like, man, if that game's in a dome, we're winning. And they were kind of built for a dome. I think a lot of players said the same thing. So what do? They try to thread the needle. And you've been able to hit on this, and it's such a great point. What is that balance? Because I get it. Like, you play in this weather, you've got to be able to run the ball. You've got to be able to stop the run. You need an offensive line that's pushing people around. But you don't want your unicorn to be a handoff machine. You don't want that doubt we talked about seeping into his head. You don't want him turning into somebody he's not. And he was the MVP last year, so they were able to strike a balance, scoring 30 points, 8 straight games. They weren't the problem at Arrowhead in the AFC Championship game. So that seems to be that balance. But, man, you're kind of walking a tightrope to where now if Kincaid goes down, Josh Palmer goes down, the defense has injuries, and, you get blasted by the Miami Dolphins 30-13.
Yeah. I also wonder about Daboll, Tyler. Like, Daboll was, as you said it, like, let loose, let's just throw the ball all over the place. That the GM has built a team and talked like that's not really the way to do it. And that he did that with you. Your one-on-one you had hit on with him in May after he was on with us, talking about the Panthers team that made the Super Bowl 10 years ago with Devin Funchess and Philly Brown, and how, like, just it doesn't feel like the GM exists in a place anymore, unless that's changed since May, that you need to build your team that way, that you got to be more physical, you got to run the ball, and that's more the way to win.
That's definitely what he believes. I think he believes that the best way to help Josh Allen, and I get it, is to play better on defense in the playoffs, right? When you're facing Mahomes and you're facing Burrow that one time, and you can't get a stop at all. Like that's been the problem, and I think he's he's not overthinking it. Like, okay, I'm gonna give my head coach, a defensive-minded head coach, like a full menu of options here on the D line, and get him a Maxwell Harrison who can stick with these Chiefs receivers on the crossers and the deep routes. And it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, there is other logic where you could just load up on weaponry, release the Kraken, and try to score 30, 40 points a game because you've seen it out of your defense. It just hasn't worked. Maybe you just don't worry about stopping them and you just try to blowtorch. So I don't know what's right. I think it's important to kind of look at the big picture where when Tom Brady is ruling everything in the NFL and Peyton Manning and Aaron Rodgers and Drew Brees steal some rings. I mean, they did get some help from their defense at various points. Like even Rodgers in that playoff run when he's unbelievable. Nick Collins has a pick six, and the week prior, B.J. Raji's dropping into coverage and picking off a pass against the Bears. I think Tremont Williams had a pick six the week before that. Like you're getting plays out of your defense.
Yeah.
And that's where I kind of get Bean's exasperation. It's like, man, we're getting nothing out of our defense in the playoffs. What are the plays? Taron Johnson against the Ravens in 2020, Terrell Bernard last year against the Ravens. Other than that, there's been nothing. So he's thinking, all right, I'm just going to give my coach all these different players, and maybe we get a couple of those plays this time around.
Tyler Dunn on the Western Hotline. Tyler, before I let you go, one last thing. On relationships, you mentioned Daboll and McDermott and where that was. How about Daboll with everybody else? Like the quarterback might matter the most here. The GM, the owner. This idea that he might just, oh sure, why not? I'll coach there again. Who knows if it happens? We'll probably after this week, maybe it gets tabled for quite some time. It's still fresh news. But how about the rest of how he was felt about in the building?
What I was told is Brian Daboll had a very close relationship with Terry and Kim Pegula. And there was a coach on staff. Granted, remember, this is 3-4 years ago.
Sure.
So there was a coach on staff who thought that maybe even Sean McDermott was a little threatened by that. Like, in his words, he's like, at some point, is he going to look at that and say, maybe Terry and Kim are going to want to roll with that guy instead of me? Now, as it turned out, he gets the Giants job. He moves on, and I think that the head coach here now and ownership have a great relationship. I mean, that's been well documented. So, like I said, things evolve, things change. But I think Daboll was out of here, even if he didn't get that Giants job.
Right.
I think he was done. Like with McDermott, it was not good. And there was probably something to that interaction on the field when they played each other. The thing is, though, if professional sports are so fascinating. McDermott is interested in winning Super Bowls. It drives him every day. We sat down and talked about it. You can see it and feel it. And if that is at the forefront, and you want to do everything in your power to deliver a Vince Lombardi trophy to the city starving for it, I think you do everything you could to get him in the building at some point. If it got to that, not even as an OC. And you made a great point on undermining Joe Brady, who I think has done a really good job. Overall, big picture. It's a big boy business.
Yep.
Dan Campbell just took play calling duties from John Morton, and they scored 44 points. You just got to handle it. I wouldn't be surprised if McDermott was able to get to that point. Would Daboll be willing to get to that point? I really don't know. I'd be guessing, but right now he's probably just trying to take a deep breath, right after everything that happened with the Giants, and get on with his life. We'll see how these next few weeks unravel. They go out there and they put 30-40 on the Bucs. And they beat Houston. I guess it's all moot.
Tyler Dunn on the Western Hotline. His website, of course, golongtd.com. You got to get there. You got to subscribe. Read all his long-form reporting, all the podcasts, all the happy hours, all the good stuff. Tyler, thank you as always.
Hey, thank you, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
All right. Tyler's latest piece up at his website is about the Packers offense in a world of hurt. It's not just the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
We have, these seasons have ebbs and flows or ups and downs, and right now there are a couple teams. Who's the maddest right now? Bills fans? Packers fans? Steelers? Maybe? Who's maddest?
Steelers would be mad.
The Giants just fired their coach. That might be bad. Jets fans? They made a bunch of good trades for the future.
Is Atlanta mad right now?
Who's the maddest?
Do they get mad?
Base? Who's the maddest?
Philly's always mad.
That's right.
Just in general.
That's right. 803-0550 to join us. You can, Throw us a phone call. Sabres in Utah tonight to take on the Mammoth.
The big underdog.
Minus 200.
Tusky
the Mammoth.
Tusky the Mammoth tonight.
9 o'clock face-off.
Better win this one because
8 o'clock pregame.
You like Colorado next.
I'll be up watching this game.
Colorado
is
going to do circles around this team. They got to win. All right, they got must win. I'm calling it a must win tonight.
Third or fourth must win of the season. I think they are over in their must wins.
All right, well, let's get a first must win of the year. Tonight's a must win because they will not beat Colorado, and if they get 0 points in their next 4, everyone's going to think the season's over. Because at that point, they're going to be 6 points out of second last. So they got to win tonight.
All right.
I'm saying it. Must win.
There you go. The word from Joe. Must win. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook. Every take, every national show, everybody who's anybody is coming after the Bills, and I don't know if saying they're dead or writing them off, but kind of noting just how right now really feels like it is the revelation of a big problem they have on offense. And the obvious question, Sal, is what can they do from here, right? We could talk about problems all we want, but solutions are what the Bills have to be in the business of right now.
Yeah, I'm glad that you said that at the end. Right? That's really what it comes down to. It's the same thing as what I've been saying for like you're past the trade deadline. You can look at all the numbers you want. You can look at the personnel all you want, the coaching, the scheme, anything. You know, there's no what's the famous line for Rick Pitino when he's coaching the Celtics, right? Robert Parrish ain't walking through that door. Kevin McHale ain't walking through that door, right? I mean, like, you're not fixing this by making a deal to bring in some elite level player that's going to help your roster that's on some other team right now. That can't happen. The trade deadline is over. So what you need to do is either search around to see maybe if there's a fit who's a free agent right now, like they signed Mecole Hardman. Now, whatever that turns into, they're obviously looking at Mecole Hardman to fit into the practice squad now and maybe join the 53. You could look at Gabe Davis. At some point, Gabe Davis is going to play here. There are going to be types of options like that. Now, Gabe Davis also, that's internal as well. And that's the other thing you have to do. You have to look internally. What can you do with the players on your roster? How can you help them? How can you scheme for them? What can they do to make sure they get better? That's exactly how you have to approach it now if you're the Buffalo Bills, which is you're not going out and getting these big-time, players and trading for them. So the solution, as you say, Jeremy, has to be here somewhere. So what do we have to do to try and help our guys? And what can we do to maybe look around to see if there's anybody else around that's available that can help us?
I want to put this out as we'll call it a stat of the day we're finding our way to. And I'm not sure if there's any big, huge, overarching point to this. But if you hear something and you want to give a thought on it, a reaction to it, then do it. So, Joe, I think I have to go back to 2006.
Yeah.
Because Brady's first Super Bowl is 2001, right? He makes. If I go back to 2005, there's Roethlisberger's first. 2006 is Manning's first. So since 2006, AFC quarterbacks making their first appearance in a Super Bowl, the list is Flacco, Mahomes, Burrow. Since 2006, 3 quarterbacks, 3 have made their first Super Bowl, and Mahomes made 5 of them, 4 of them. Flacco, Mahomes, Burrow. In the NFC, that is, go to 2006. Let's do it since 2006.
I was already at 10 in 2013.
Okay.
All right, Eli, no. Rodgers, yes. Right?
Yeah.
Breeze, yes. Kurt Warner, no.
No, he'd made it once before, right?
Eli, there's his first. Rex Grossman.
Love it.
And Matt Hasselbeck.
Okay, so what's your number?
So that number is 14.
Since 2006, 3 AFC quarterbacks have made their first Super Bowl, and 14 NFC quarterbacks have made their first Super Bowl. All right. What does it mean? Does it mean the AFC is due?
Is it due, or is it just the AFC, for whatever reason, probably randomness?
Just randomness. Brady
has had the better quarterbacks and still does. Still does, right? No doubt.
Yep.
And they're right. There is I don't think there is any reasonable explanation for why that has happened other than total randomness. Because if Brady played in the NFC for 20 years, then this would be a stat about the NFC.
Sometimes you want them to, hey, this is a heavy run, so you know what kind of box you're getting, or both in the run game and the pass game. So there's the fine line of that. You also want to make sure that you major in something, and if you just try to run a bunch of different plays but don't major in anything, how can you expect them to execute and be able to understand when you don't get the specific looks that you practiced against?
Joe Brady.
You caller 5 right now, win a pair of tickets to Journey, the Final Frontier at KeyBank Center on June 10th, courtesy of the Bowery Presents. Tickets go on sale Friday, November 14th at 10 a.m. Visit journeymusic.com for details.
Okay, so here we go. Let's run waivers in our former Bill, future Bill league. We've kind of gotten lazy on this.
You might have to remind me who I
will.
have.
I've got our rosters. You can choose to drop who you want.
Okay.
Again, now that the deadline is passed, like some of these trade targets, you might want to drop and get to a free agent.
Yep.
But it's dynasty, this former Bill, future Bill. Yep. You can hang on this place as long as you want. So we had forgotten to give Alt Joe Cali, points for Kingsley Jonathan, who has since been released. But we didn't give Joe points for that. So I believe the score is Joe 1, 0-1.
Yeah.
Me 1.
Right.
And former producer Josh 1.
Wow.
And Joe's over here getting skunked. Right?
Yes, because I drafted... Who was my first-round pick?
On your team right now, you have KJ Hamler, Eli Anku, and Quentin Morris. You want to drop anybody?
Didn't I get one right on the first day?
No. I think you picked...
I thought I picked Poyer. Who picked Poyer?
Oh, you had Poyer.
Yeah,
That's
had
right.
Poyer.
Former producer Josh has 0 points. You have
Josh
one.
was stoned.
That's right. That's right.
I had Poyer.
All right. Doesn't matter. All right.
It's so long ago.
Alt Joe is picking up Brian Daboll. We are allowing coaches. We're going to do it. Why wouldn't we? Former Bill, future Bill.
Yeah.
All right. So he's picking up Brian Daboll, and we have to decide if we're going to have any new players added. Do you want to cut anybody? Do you want to pick anybody up? Here are the rosters. Joe, you have KJ Hamler, Eli Anku, and Quentin Morris. Will you be making any drops today?
I am... Yes. I'm going to drop Quentin Morris.
Okay.
He's on a team. He's on the Jags.
Dropping Quentin Morris and picking up who?
I'm going to pick up a player that I think I had earlier in the year and dropped. So I'm going to have a former Team Joe, future Bill member come back.
Wow, that's the real spirit of the game.
This is really meta.
Yeah.
It's really huge.
I'm going to pick Zach Moss back up.
Wow.
All right.
Zach Moss, who is available after a neck injury last year, at a position that the Bills are not really getting a lot of behind James Cook.
All
Zach
right.
Moss.
Zach Moss. Oh, and you have Harrison Phillips, was not traded for, Levi Wallace, and Isaiah McKenzie.
All right, I'm going to drop Isaiah McKenzie. And because we have reintroduced the coaching aspect, I am going to pick up Davis Webb.
Former Bill.
That's a long play.
That is an offensive coordinator next year play.
That's exactly what that is.
That's fine.
He's turning it into the future coaching game a little bit here.
We're getting
the
there.
dynasty. Yeah,
We're getting there. All right. Alt Joe, he has Ryan Bates, Brian Daboll, and Zach Davidson. Now it's to me. I have Quentin Jefferson, Saran Neal, and Mike White.
Okay.
I'm going to drop Saran Neal, and I'm going to pick up the recently departed Kingsley Jonathan. I want him back.
This is.
Do you get double points if he comes back again in the same year?
No. But if he comes back, I'm picking up Kingsley Jonathan.
A journeyman in this game, Kingsley Jonathan.
I mean, that's why you have Ilianku on your roster.
Yeah, it's amazing they haven't picked him. Really, I should have dropped him because if they haven't added him at this point, they're not adding him.
So I've got Kingsley Jonathan and Quentin Jefferson.
Yep.
And I've got Mike White, and I'm hanging on to that. I feel great about my Mike White share right now. Where is Mike White?
Didn't he just...
He was on the Bengals, wasn't
That's
he?
right. He's not anymore.
He's Carolina? Is that right?
He's with the Panthers.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So he went to Cincinnati, and I guess Mike White's... Wait a minute, he's on the move again to Carolina. And I just would like to say, who do the Bills play later this year? The Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh, you're going for the
the mercenary.
I might get a practice squad look for Mike White ahead of the Bengal game.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow might be back by then. I got to get an extra look at their offense. What have they been doing? Let's talk about some. I love my Mike White share.
Mike White, NFL super spy.
Keeping it. Not moving that share.
The other guy I thought of, even though he's on a team right now, was MVS because he is just on and off teams like crazy. He's on Pittsburgh right now, his fourth team. But what are the odds he makes it through the year with them?
He's been,
he'll get cut at some point.
30%?
And then the Bills will go, he was here. We need vertical speed. Practice squad. Bring him back.
KJ Hamler?
No, MVS. I'm saying.
MVS. They're not
I thought about MVS. Because he'll get cut eventually by Pittsburgh.
All right, there we go. Former Bill, future Bill waivers are complete.
Very good.
Who's the best?
No one drafted Micah Hyde.
Who's the best free agent on the market? Oh,
Micah Hyde.
Wait, no. You know what? Is it too late? No, it's not too late.
Yeah, your hands off the chess piece.
No, we're in the segment. I'm making a move.
Oh wow.
I'm dropping Quentin Jefferson.
Okay.
And I'm picking up Jimmy Charlo.
Oh. Jimmy Charlo. See, this is really kind of skirting the game here a little bit, isn't it?
That's the game.
It is the game.
This
but
is the game.
Spirit of the game is they're bringing Gabe Davis. They're bringing Jordan Phillips back. Guys who rate.
It's a miracle we've
guys
been this
who
successful
rate.
in this
not
game.
Guys that like 4% of the fan base have ever heard of.
Right.
This is all sounding like someone that's mad that they didn't think about picking up Jimmy Charlo.
I'm tempted to pick up. Am I allowed to pick up Quentin Jefferson right after you drop him?
Yes. This league is chaos. Who do you want to drop?
I'm keeping Webb and Phillips. Who's my other guy? Is it
Levi Wallace?
Levi Wallace?
Yep.
Yeah, drop Wallace and give me Jefferson.
Okay, Quentin Jefferson on Owen's team.
I don't like
this
it.
is where Joe's like, I'll take Levi Wallace.
Yeah,
I don't like it. I don't like it.
We can't
Trades.
restrict ourselves anymore with it. It's a miracle we've been hitting at the rate we've been hitting.
Listen,
we can't make it any harder. for
One.
ourselves
Everyone's
here.
got one. It's not like we're loaded here.
We started this game in the middle of a season to talk about bringing back old players on a team. We've all hit.
If it was possible to put these rosters into dynasty, like Fantasy Pros, dynasty rankings, I mean, my Jimmy Charlo, Mike White, and Kingsley Jonathan, rest of season, I'm the favorite. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
How did one of these guys not make it back?
I'm a long-term rebuild over
You
there,
are.
like
you are.
Webb
You're
and
going.
Phillips.
Yes, that's right.
I've got some deep cuts.
All right, this has been former Bill, future Bill.
You know what? I want to
game that I hope.
We're still in the segment.
I feel like you're making a move.
I'm gonna make one more move.
Oh yes, what do you got?
This is awesome.
I want to get a little. I'm gonna feel good when I get one of these right. So I want a little bit of a bigger name. Ooh. How many injuries do they have at defensive end right now? Like 4.
Yeah, Bosa's got his hand in the club. Epinesa, we'll see about
if they were gonna add Elianku, they would have already done it. So I'm dropping Elianku and I'm adding Shaq Lawson.
I just saw Shaq Lawson tried out for somebody the other day.
Shaq Lawson.
Also, by the way, Casey Tuhill is right there, guys.
I don't want it.
They worked him out.
Yeah. But he already left. They didn't like the workout.
Yeah, wouldn't that be done?
I want the guy that's going to work out next week, and they're going to sign him.
Okay.
Shaq Lawson.
All right, there you go. Final answer. Right. This is for A, the psychos that really love the bottom of the roster stuff and practice squad stuff, and B, I don't know. I hope this segment is as much fun for people to listen to as it is for us to execute.
It's like my favorite thing we do.
See, my team, I'm the man of the people here. I'm going with guys people have heard of, like Jordan Poyer, Shaq Lawson, and Zach Moss. People who've played football before for this team.
I got points because I got Gabe Davis.
Harrison
that was
Phillips
a good one.
Is a guy.
Well, he didn't get traded.
And Jimmy Charlo was featured on Hard Knocks. The fan base knows him well. He's a special teamer.
They might know him a little bit.
He's on my roster. I'm not sorry.
Yeah, Lawson worked out for the Colts this week.
Shaq Lawson. Get ready for it. All right. Extendo Sports coming up. It's the first future Bill, former Bill, future Bill waivers that we've done in quite some time. So we were overdue. And we'll revisit it next time one of these guys signs with the Bills, which, like maybe today.
Right.
It could happen. All right. Extendo Sports and then the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR. hey, we could be down to the final 4. If the Bills do not win the division, then the count is likely 4 more. Bucks, Bengals, Eagles, Jets. 4 more. I am, of course...
Unless they are the 5 and get lucky and make the AFC Championship.
And host the Chiefs.
Host the Chiefs, yeah.
I am preparing for that. Maybe. Anyway.
And that last game, I mean, when it was first scheduled, I thought, Trubisky, right? But now...
Yeah, they'll probably have to play.
I guess the most likely way that game is meaningless and Allen doesn't play is if they're locked into the 5 seed.
Yes, I think that's much more likely than they have clinched their home field seed.
Where New England's already clinched the division.
Yeah.
And you're 2 games, maybe you're 1 game up on Kansas City, who's the 6, but you have the tiebreaker, so they can't catch you. Like that. It's probably going to be Allen. What's that means? Like, you're probably not getting backups in Week 18. That game is most likely going to be meaningful.
Yeah, that's probably right. Sabres and Mammoth tonight from the Delta Center.
Doan versus Paterka again. Okay.
I mean,
it's the anniversary of the Lucic Miller hit, by the way. 14 years.
Let me tell you, when
the franchise.
When Tyler Dunn was talking with us about how when the Bills lost to Cincinnati and the takeaway was we couldn't run it in the weather,
right.
I flashed to like, does this like their Lucic hit where something happens and they took the wrong lesson?
Right. Right. The Sabres decided, let's go get John Scott and trade for Steve Ott.
Yeah, very different.
And then it all ended.
Ends of the spectrum. But how many years since the Lucic hit?
14. The game is in full on YouTube.
Don't need to watch it.
No, I mean, I don't know why you really would. Do you remember what the game result was?
The Sabres lost?
They lost. It was 1-1 when the hit happened.
They lose like 5-1?
They lost 6-1.
6-1.
So not only did they not do anything about Lucic running them over, then they proceeded to get destroyed in the game.
What was their record at the time?
Ooh.
Look at the 2011 Sabres.
2011-12.
11-12 Sabres.
So this is the first year of the drought. That game, I believe, it was the final. Okay. They were 10-5 going into it.
Really?
They were 10-5 going into it, and then the whole franchise just ceased to exist.
Yeah. Milan Lucic killed the franchise that day. They were 10-5.
And they started losing a lot after that.
Is that the last time you felt good about them? This is also
the morning of that game?
Yeah. Not quite. They've had some moments in between. That's not true. During the tank, I felt great. Immediately post-tank, I felt great.
In those 12 seconds.
I felt great lots of time. The 10-game winning streak, I felt great. When Granato had them with Devin Levi, I felt great.
There was like a 20-minute stretch after they beat the Sharks when their 10th game in a row where I actually thought they were actually really good.
This is also the anniversary I saw of they beat the Kings this day in 2013, 12-13, and it was their first home win of the year. And the next day they fired Ron Ralston and Darcy Regier. So just to
after a win
against the Kings. So anytime anybody says the tank was a mistake because of the team they blew up, the team they blew up won its first home game on November 12th.
Probably more than a month into the year.
All right. We're back tomorrow, 6 a.m. Who knows what we'll talk about? Probably the Sabres' 10-0 win over Utah.